Nice to start with a song. And we're now going to begin the meeting. This is a meeting of the Budget Committee, a continued meeting. We were recessed for the evening, and if we could restart this meeting with a quorum call.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
McOsker. Here. Rodriguez.
Here.
3 members and a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Okay, if we could, who's ever yelling in the back, you need to leave. Okay, you are officially removed from this meeting. It is one continuous meeting, so goodbye, don't come back. Sergeants, if you could make note of everyone who's yelling, they've been kicked out of the meeting and are kicked out of the continuous meeting, so don't come back through this meeting. Thank you. All right. Well, it was nice to start with some music. Let's begin. Colleagues, we have a number of departments. We're continuing. Today's going to be a difficult day in some ways. We're going to look at a lot of the underfunding of our infrastructure, which as we've talked about was a consequence of the choices that we've made in terms of our labor contracts, in terms of our focus on homelessness, in terms of the recession, all of those things. But today, as we look at a lot of these infrastructure departments, we're going to see some of the real consequences of that. And it's not all gloom and doom. We're going to move forward this year, and we're going to move toward a stable city. And so sometimes you got to build a foundation, and that's what we're doing. I want to note to the colleagues, we have I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it this morning, came in the various budget impact and special study reports. I don't know that we've had enough time, so before lunch or right around lunchtime, we'll go through and officially approve those. That'll give everybody a chance to look at them a little more carefully. Well, they can wait a couple. Okay. So let's just jump right into it. What's our first department here is the Board of Public Works. So we will get started with the board. I want to welcome the President of the Board of Public Works, Oric Garcia. One of your requests was for restoring 2 positions for the community-based organization accounting. As you know, I've been a long advocate for making sure our nonprofit partners get paid on time. I have concerns about that, just so you know. I'm putting that up front because just to put it out there, I mean, in 2019, I allocated funding for the LA Conservation Corps for work in my district. But in April of 2023, the council approved a motion to have the Board of Public Works put a contract in place to allow LACC to continue spending those funds. It's been more than a year later, and we still haven't issued a notice to proceed. So I wanted to put that up front as a concern. Your office has been, difficult when it comes to expediting funding for this, and I just needed to put that out there. It doesn't seem like the kind of inefficiency that can be solved by just more money. It seems like something that we need to get solved through managing. So I do want to know, as you get started, the status of this particular contract and when the NTP will be issued by the LACC. But let's get started with a presentation. But I wanted to start out with that. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Blumenfield. Good morning, council members. Thank you for your time this morning and for allowing us to be able to talk about our next year's budget. My name is Aura Garcia, and I serve as the president of the Board of Public Works. And here today at the table, we have Teresa Villegas, our vice president, TJ Knight, our acting executive officer, Raul Mendoza, our interim budget advisor, and Paul Roch, director of the Office of Community Beautification. In addition, we have our office directors sitting right behind us, ready to answer any detailed questions. First, I would like to thank the mayor's office and the CAO office for working on this year's budget, and also thank you, council members, for your commitment in making sure the city runs in an efficient manner. We recognize the difficult decisions that had to be made and commend everyone's effort. The Department of Public Works is one of the largest departments in the city, with many functions that serve in the public right away, ranging from our curbside collection to graffiti removal to the maintenance of streets, sidewalks, streetlights, and street trees. And this is just among many other services we provide on an everyday basis. The Department of Public Works is no stranger to adversity and has faced many challenges throughout the years. We are a resilient department that will work to continue to maintain the quality of our services and adhere to our legal mandates. I wanted to take this time to provide a larger perspective as you hear from the bureaus next. In total, Public Works will have a reduction of 887 positions. Nevertheless, Public Works will continue to work efficiently and will look for ways to maximize our resources. For the board offices, 19 positions were eliminated. However, understanding the financial challenges the city is facing, we focused our letter on items that were critical to maintaining our everyday operations. First, I want to start with the need of maintaining our Senior Management Analyst 2 that was recently vacated in February of 2024, who is extremely important to maintaining our daily financial reports and operations for the 130 board staff and offices who operated with multiple funding sources. Second, the continuous need for our accounting office to be supported. Currently, 6 accounting positions are proposed to be deleted. These 6 accounting positions are paid through special funds and would not impact the general fund, but necessary to maintain proper accountability for Measure W and sewer construction funds. Following the need to continue the authority of the 2 community-based accounting positions is a priority for us. For many years, we have asked for a dedicated accounting position for our $30 million contractual services portfolio. This budget proposes to delete both authorities. We are asking to reconsider so that we can provide a proper level of attention to our CBOs. Part of the question that you were asking, Councilmember Blumenfield, is because our portfolio has really grown dramatically in the past couple of years. Thirdly, we would like to continue the Deputy Petroleum Administrator Authority and allow us to backfill this very critical position to the office. This position is intended to oversee the rollout of the new pipeline franchise and compliance. Along the same line, we would like to retain our grants administrator position, which is currently filled. And lastly, Paul Roch is at the table to answer any questions regarding the reductions in funding that the Office of Community Beautification will undergo next fiscal year. We have viable solutions to funding our priorities if given the opportunity. And with that said, I thank you for your time once again and happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. I certainly want to get a budget memo restoring the 6 special funded positions that you requested in the budget letter. I do, I started out, because my concern about contractors getting paid, nonprofits getting paid, it's something I've been talking about for years, and it's very frustrating. I mentioned, since for years, like the LACC almost stopped doing the work in the district because even though we had the contract and they just weren't getting it, even though we had a motion to put a contract in place. So do you know what the status of that contract is and when an NTP will be issued?
Yes, I'm going to turn this over to Paul Roch.
Council Member Paul Roch, Office of Community Beautification. That contract has now been signed off. It's good to go. It does not include a notice to proceed clause, so the amendment was just to extend the term of the contract, and it is good to go. I will make sure LACC is aware of that. They should be. They did do the final sign-off on the contract a few weeks ago. As did City Attorney and President Garcia, and so the contract is in place. They should be able to do their final work and invoicing on that, and I will follow up with them to make sure they're aware of that.
Great, no, I appreciate that. It should never have taken,
Yeah,
so long, over
understood.
a year.
It was an issue where the contract had expired about a year earlier, and because of that, it just took us a while to get everything approved and through and confirmed. But it's been signed off, and so I will make sure LACC is aware of that.
Okay, and I bring them up because they're a very vivid example in my district, but I know this is happening through a lot, and these nonprofits, they can't hold on. Like it's just not right for us to, to ask them to float. I just got a notice the other day, New Directions for Youth had an issue where they're asking to borrow money from their members because the city hasn't paid them yet, and it's crazy, and the city shouldn't be in that position. So I'll stop on that one, unless you want to follow up. Is that it?
No, I got to follow it.
No, it's a different issue. Okay, so
Can I just say we have drastically reduced the amount of time it takes. The contractors are getting paid a lot faster over the past 6 months than they have been previous to that. Office of Accounting has done a great job of prioritizing OCB invoices, and our office and the board is signing them off quickly, and the amount of sort of the average time of paying an invoice, I think, went from 30-something days down to 13. So,
well, I'd like to see that actually reflected. It's not what I'm hearing, but
Okay.
you wanted to.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to pile on a little bit to this because, I mean, there is never a time in our council office where someone isn't waiting for a payment for at least 90 days. Some contractor, whether it's senior services or youth services or whatever. And these things hang together. I just want to say how important this is to the council, and Councilmember Rodriguez is the leader of this. This is at a time when we need and are demanding more accountability from our contractors. Well, we're not in a good position to ask for that if we don't pay them. Like, it's not a tenable situation for us. So things need to be as efficient as possible during this next time period when we're under financial constraints. And rightfully so, we're going to be asking contractors for more reporting, more transparency, more metrics. So, like, let's get them paid. Like, let's hold ourselves to that, too, so that they at least have a shot at performing.
Thank you, council members. May I add a couple of efforts we have done in the past couple of months to adhere to this exact issue. One, we have worked very closely with the current staff of accounting to make sure that we do drastically drop the payment. We will get you that data of how we were able to now turn around payments in less than 15 days. Secondly, our authority and request to continue this community-based organization, accountants that will be dedicated only to the $30 million portfolio that we have in contractual service. And lastly, we are working with the Office of the Chief Procurement Office to work on a technology device and invoice tracking system that will track the invoice when it comes to the city and then track it to see where it's at, following along until the payment is done. That, we are currently working with the Sharon Hobbs' office to continue to and fulfill that.
I mean, part of the, we authorized 2 additional accountants to focus on small CBOs back in the 23-24 budget, but they were never filled.
We had one temporarily, and she took another position somewhere else. The other one was not filled. We were never able to get a full list to fulfill that position. And we want to continue and make that another priority again this year to fill that position.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the issue is
Yeah.
we've got to get those, positions filled, especially when we had money to be filling positions, and now it's a harder ask. So
I agree. I agree. Although we're also challenged by other more lucrative offers somewhere else when it comes to the accounting positions.
I've got additional questions, but I want to keep it moving. So, Mr. McCosker?
I want to switch subjects to the Oil and Gas Administrator. Are you prepared to discuss that?
Yes.
Thank you. So, very generally, on the amortization study and the resources necessary to keep the amortization study on the oil exploration and drilling going, do you have the resources that you need within the department, and can you give me a status on where we are?
Sure. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, thank you. And we'd also be able to give you a budget memo just in detail on this issue, but I will answer some of your questions today. We do have our petroleum administrator who's unfortunately not able to attend today. But we do know that in our budget request, we wanted to get a one position filled, policy specialist 3. But we are working on the amortization study, and we're hoping to have that completed by the end of this year. That position was going to be able to help us. As you know, or maybe you may not know, that position was filled, and earlier this year, that individual had just family emergency, and she had to leave the state of California. So it's not that we're not on track or not working towards, this end goal. We are, and we want to be able to deliver the amortization study by the end of 2024.
And so that position is vacant, is it swept?
That position was filled, and then it became vacant over the last 4 months, and now it's been swept.
Okay, could I get a
And
budget?
so we want to be able to restore that.
Can I get a budget memo on the restoration of that position?
Of course.
And its effect on being able to deliver the amortization study by the end of the year or not?
Yeah.
Can I ask also about, there are a few motions pending on something very specific to the harbor area, and that's the Rancho LPG tanks. We've asked for an analysis of an amortization schedule or an amortization procedure for those tanks and the resources needed to be able to amortize that use there at the Rancho LPG. Now, the motion is adopted, and it's out there in motion land, but what I'd like to ask is see if we can do a budget memo to beat the motion. Same question, budget memo.
Okay.
Will do.
Thanks.
Mr. Rodriguez?
And, I'm sorry, and with an analysis of port funding so we'll need the assistance of our CIO to look at the opportunity for the port through the Nexus study or the analysis that's in the Nexus study from 1997 to look at the efficacy of port funding for the amortization.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you. First, really quick, I want to thank the board for being here. I just want to address all our bureaus within the Department of Public Works. Just to, everyone in the city knows that you guys are the bread and butter of city services, that you are truly part of what keeps this city going, and I just want to start and preface that to all of you rather than individually with each bureau. I got love for each bureau, but I just wanted to start by setting that stage because we've got a lot to get through in a very short amount of time. But with that, we always have an opportunity to examine where we have redundancies in the work, where we can better ensure that we are getting results out on the streets. Among the issues that I have been, even from my tenure on the Board of Public Works, have always been really scrutinizing, and Paul Roch knows this, is, which is why he's smiling. Mr. McCosker and I had introduced a motion and talked about the examination of all of the cleanup programs. Post-pandemic, there was a lot of money and a lot of resources being thrown at a whole host of cleanup programs, whether it was housed within the Bureau of Sanitation and contracted to Clean and Green and the Conservation Corps, whether it's the Clean LA program. And the reality is, guys, we just have to do more with less. There was a decision that was made by our labor partners as well as this council in a commitment to make sure that we are, really funding and supporting our employees. And with that, those are decisions that we have to make. And I have had, talk to me about where this board is on the evaluation of all of the cleanup programs, because I will tell you, I have my own experience in showing the deficiencies with the delivery of services with respect to the Clean LA program. Okay, and there's a lot of duplication, particularly when a lot of council offices, as Aura, you know this, a lot of council offices fund with a lot of our OCB partners a lot of additional supplemental services from weed and litter abatement, in addition to all the graffiti abatement. There's a lot of duplication. Many of these same OCB contractors are part of this Clean LA program. And so you're not creating an environment. This is not the new era of homelessness outreach services where everyone gets a little piece of it to do the same work at the same location. And for that, I have a lot of really serious concerns because that has not been cleared up. And so I would like a budget memo regarding the Clean LA program and what the, where the deployments are, what the tonnage is. Again, I have not gotten clear metrics and outcomes, again, because it even comes to who's doing the bulky item pickup, who's closing out that 311 ticket. There's still no clarity. There's obviously on occasion where someone will call Clean and Green and they're doing the rapid response, or you call one of the OCB contractors and they're doing the rapid response, or it's one of the council offices and their strike teams or whatever. Again, this is almost like the same duplication as it comes to outreach and homeless services, and that we just can't afford to do it. So these are where we're going to have some very hard and serious conversations about what we're funding, and this is one that I'm taking very deep dive in and seriously, because as sanitation is going to consider, there's going to be additional asks for revenues. Taxpayers deserve more with what they're already funding, and we're not going to sit here and endorse continued support for efforts that are not producing the results. As I said to you last year when we had this conversation, I said, for all the money that you got with all these clean programs, LA's none the cleaner. And so we got to make sure that we are that we're actually taking these things seriously. And this is something that I'm going to take a deep dive on as this budget process continues, because there's going to be a lot of asks, not just from the board, as we already had a conversation in terms of the prioritization of making sure that the contractors that we already have are getting paid on time, and you want to have a management analyst, well, where are we going to take from? So this is, and people have heard me say this is the MacGyver moment. Pick and choose what paper clip, what gum, what dental floss you're going to use to help make sure that we're delivering these services and that we're making the highest and best use with the taxpayer dollars that we have. And so with that, I'd like a budget memo on the Clean LA program in terms of, again, we have to review the duplication. These are the hard conversations. We all contract with a lot of these OCB contractors. This is an opportunity where perhaps I think we consider placing it in the UB. For further evaluation so that we can make the highest and best use of the contracts that we currently have.
But the long term is more of a special study, but then you're talking about,
well,
your budget actually is, a report on whether we could put it in the UB.
Right.
And then a special study, asking you, but, would be the deeper dive.
I'm actually, honestly, and based on even just some of the deficiencies that I found in my own district, and again, there's a lot of duplication in contracting as I've investigated it personally, with the contractors. There's no clear deliverables, and I think because of the Clean Outlay program, if I'm not wrong, this is where we're getting individuals introduced to city employment, correct?
Correct.
And so the contractors themselves have also complained to me about the inconsistency for them to deliver on that program because they can't get consistent staffing. They might have someone show up one day and then they don't show up for a few days, or then they might come back. And so we have to have a real honest conversation about what works, paying the people who show up to do this work consistently, and not adding staffing and additional financial obligations to something that just isn't cleaning our streets.
Agreed.
Okay, so my recommendation, colleagues, and whether you want it in a budget memo, whether you want it in a special study, I really don't care. My concern is that this is a $5.4 million expenditure right now that we just can't afford, that's duplicating what so many of us are already funding. And I really believe that this is an opportunity for us to perhaps put that in the UB for better, consideration for, or set aside for some of the other obligations that are being asked for that are going to help better enhance payments for these contractors.
So it sounds like there's two reports.
There's two pieces, so however you want to address it.
So I'm happy to do it either way, but I think that one is the immediate issue of the funding, which is a report back on holding the funding until in the UB, or what are the options for doing that before the program moves forward, and then a longer-term special study on the options for improving this program and creating consistency, et cetera. Is that accurately reflected?
That's fine.
I'm
But
happy
I
to
just
do it
think
either way.
For me, the way I kind of see it, I was like, this is a pot of money that if we're going to have conversations about what the priorities are, I don't know that this is one that's actually delivering. And so how do we reprogram that to help fulfill some of the other asks that are being made? Because we just have to have those conversations.
Okay.
Look forward to that. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions?
I'll come for round two.
Okay, and go ahead. Is
just
a
have a-
follow-up or a new question?
No, just a clarifying question on a request that you made regarding the accounting, the 6 positions.
Yes.
And I have a question from CD5, actually, our colleague, that you noted in the letter that there's a filled management analyst position that assists with grant writing and reporting. And initial discussions with the grantor indicated that the position might be reimbursed with grant funds. I wanted to know here and now when we will have a definitive answer on this, and I would also ask, could we just fold this into your budget
it's
memo?
one and the same, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
So you can either tell me now if you have better information on whether or not it could be reimbursed, but it's going to get folded into the budget memo.
No, TJ, go ahead.
TJ Knight, Acting Executive Officer. Good morning, council members. We do have a grant currently awarded at $3.1 million from the state. It's the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant. The Board of Public Works has been identified as the grant administrator and is working with Bureau of Engineering and Sanitation to complete the application process by May 2024. It's formula-based, so we're just figuring out how to use those funds.
So we'll just fold that into the same memo.
Okay.
Thank you.
Colleagues, additional questions? Tim, Mr. McCosker, did you cover the requested position in terms of the Petroleum Administrator's amortization study, how that position, if there's a funding source other than the general fund? I think you were talking about that. I didn't know. Was that covered in your report?
No, we should clarify, because I asked for a memo, did not ask for, in that first piece, for whether there was other funding. I actually very selfishly asked about funding from the port for the second piece, which was an amortization study on Rancho. So let's look for funding sources for each.
Yes, to see if there's a non-general fund source for each. So we get
Okay.
a report back on those if that's possible.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, you also requested positions for grants.
We currently have a filled position of a grants administrator. The current way she is getting funded is through a CAL FIRE grant that will end June 30th. We would like to keep the authority going with the notion that we will get this Department of Energy Efficiency Conservation Block grant that we are submitting now in May, this May. We're going to submit it. We're submitting it now, actually.
Okay, so let's get a study back on that in terms of whether or not that position could be exclusively special funded, which is what you're saying.
But that position will also help us, help the board offices coordinate in grants, write grants, support the bureaus on grant writing, any type of special seeking of grants and so forth. I created a grant task force about when I started as president. We have been working around that. We've done a really good job in applying to grants. We want to continue to do that, continue that effort.
Okay, so we'll have a study to look into that, to see if there's a possible way to fund that without using general fund.
Yes, we are hoping that we can put her full salary into the next grant.
Okay. All right. Colleagues, any additional comments, questions? Then thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate the work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to bring up street services, I believe.
Sanitation. Are you okay with that? Tracy Bartlett.
She wants to speak before them? But,
She just
one second. Before you come to the table, Councilwoman Park, you're asking to speak. If you could speak, you apparently want to speak on a couple of departments. If you could just do it all at once, that would be great.
Happy to do so, and thank you for another opportunity to speak before you again today. I have remarks that I'd like to offer for Streets LA and then for sanitation. With respect to Streets LA, just think for a moment about tree branches falling on heads, trip and falls on uneven sidewalks, potholes that damage vehicles and injure cyclists. These are just a few of the ridiculously expensive and entirely preventable cases that I regularly encounter as a member of our claims board and that you all see as members of this committee. Each of those cases underscores the urgency of investing in more, not pulling back, on crews that repair our sidewalks, build curb ramps, trim our trees, and resurface our streets. They're critical to meeting our legal mandates and preventing future liabilities. They are also core functions of our city that bring tangible, quantifiable benefits to all residents. It's not theoretical. For these reasons, I agree with Streets LA's request to restore funding and positions for essential programs that maintain existing levels of service, the promise we made when we approved the new MOU. This includes overtime so that crews can work nights and weekends to repair potholes, sidewalks, and trim trees, expense accounts so we can purchase the goods and materials for their work, and positions to implement their core service programs. Finally, as it relates to the 179 filled positions that were inadvertently eliminated, I agree that each position should be restored to its original assignment so that our Streets LA crews are made whole and that the Bureau can strategically mobilize resources as they see fit. With respect to LA San, during last year's budget deliberations, the City Council funded creation of a 9-member Care Plus team for our coastal communities, an important step that was meant to protect our city's unique and very sensitive coastal and wetland environments, our ocean, and the creeks and waterways, which of course all lead right to our shared local beaches. It was also an acknowledgement that maintaining the health and sanitation of our streets is a core function of our city. And while the Bureau experienced some delays filling those positions last year, I'm happy to share that 6 of those positions have been filled, and next Tuesday, we officially launch our Coastal Care Plus team, starting with our first operation, which will be in Venice. But the proposed budget does not reflect this development and the 6 positions that are now filled: 2 maintenance laborers, 2 refuse collection truck operators, and 2 environmental compliance inspectors. Instead, the budget only continues 4 maintenance laborer positions while discontinuing the refuse collection truck operators and 2 environmental compliance inspectors. Those positions are essential for a functional team, and their removal amounts to the de facto elimination of our Coastal Care Plus team. If an environmental compliance inspector is not present to address the health hazards, the work can't occur. If a refuse collector truck operator isn't present to collect the trash, the work can't occur. So my request is that a budget memo be prepared so that a technical correction can be made to address the omission of the 6 Coastal Care Plus team positions that are already filled: 2 maintenance laborers, 2 refuse collector truck operators, and 2 environmental compliance inspectors. Thank you so much for the time today, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Appreciate you framing these critical department, the issues. Now we'll bring up Streets LA. Before you guys get settled, I want to mention that as you're getting settled, we've got some great visitors with us today from Village Charter Academy student leadership class, which is located in Canoga Park in the West San Fernando Valley. Hi, guys. We have more than 65 4th and 5th grade students, 8 adults. Miss Wendy Shameff, who's the Director of Student Services. And so we're glad that you're here to watch the process. We're currently going through the budget process where we're talking to each department. This isn't a regular council meeting, but it's a great way for you to see some of the nitty-gritty of how the city functions. So welcome. So and here with us here now we have our General Manager Keith Mosé for Streets LA. I want to say I recognize the difficult challenges that the city faces. We've got drastic cuts in Streets LA with significantly diminished our ability to deliver basic services, and you're always a good trooper about making do with whatever we have, and putting a good face on it. But we want to be real as well about what's happening. This is the same Streets LA that faced significant cuts in meeting legal requirements, including ADA compliance, Measure HLA, not just legal requirements, but public safety programs that are at the core of what this city is about, that are dealing with disabled people, vulnerable road users that need to use this city. So we're going to need to address some of the issues, especially some of the big ones with the 100 filled positions that are proposed for elimination, and we will address that. But first, let me give you the floor to give us a brief overview, and then we'll jump right into it.
Thank you, Council Member. As mentioned, Keith Mosé, General Manager for Streets LA. I brought my executive team here with me today. I'll just say, over the past 2 years, a series of major storms and intense weather events have required an unprecedented response from Streets LA. In order for the Bureau to efficiently respond to the thousands of emergency-related requests, all field staff were diverted from their normal duties for weeks at a time. This included repairing potholes 7 days a week, with much of the work performed on overtime. And here's some of the impacts to the Bureau, which basically goes across the board. Elimination of 176 positions to our core programs, elimination of positions to our grants-funded programs, elimination of positions for our preservation construction program, elimination of positions in our urban forestry programs, elimination of positions in our sidewalk and vending programs, elimination of entry-level positions that support workforce development initiatives. And I'll just say this, Streets LA acknowledges the city's budget constraints and will continue to ensure services are delivered to the maximum extent possible while also staying in budget. And with that being said, I'll take your questions with my staff.
Great, thanks. And first, I know we're all going to want to make sure that we do a budget impact report regarding the options for the 182 filled positions. If employees are reassigned, what are the options for Streets LA to adjust vacancies to ensure that we complete crews? This is supposed to be a no layoff budget. We want to make sure that that is the case, and we want to solve for that. So I know that is first and foremost. But I will move to my colleagues to start, because I've got a million questions here, but I want to keep it moving. So Ms. Rodriguez, you can ask one question or two, and we'll keep it rolling.
Sure. So I'm going to rattle off a few budget memos, but first, Keith, we've talked about this. I think in terms of prioritization, obviously, you know, you all are the, you know, our street crews and our tree crews are fundamental to helping to reduce a lot of the liability risk that so often we end up paying out on the back end. So we know the work that needs to happen right now, as obviously this accidental deletion of positions, and we got to fix all of these parts that are not functional in the way this budget has been proposed with respect to street services. So as we work to those corrections, talk to me a little bit about the grants that potentially are under duress as well to be returned. I know we've got several $100 million worth of grant ATP projects based on the staffing levels. This is in addition to the crews that are proposed or have been eliminated in some of these cuts. Talk to me a little bit about how you kind of see some of the initial call needs for fulfillment in the changes in this in order to accommodate making sure that we're not returning all that money that we work so hard to get.
I'll just start and say, just for perspective, Streets LA has over $550 million in grants on the table right now that does fund positions, equipment, and other resources. But I'll defer to my expert, my Executive Officer, Shirley Lau.
Good morning, council members. Executive Officer Shirley Lau. Out of the $550 million in grants that Streets LA delivers, we have over $330 million in the active transportation program that's overseen by the California Transportation Commission. Their rules and regulations are very stringent. We are on tight deadlines. As Councilwoman evident in Mission Mile, we're trying to move that project forward. As the budget stands today, proposed, the 75 positions eliminated that work on our grant-funded programs are definitely going to impact the delivery of all of our grant projects. We definitely don't want to return any funding to the CTC, and so we actually would like to recommend restoring these positions who charge their time completely to these grant-funded projects. Additionally, these grants also pay for the expenses, rental of equipment and materials. So I feel that utilizing these grants to improve our infrastructure, especially those corridors are very long, and holistically improve, such as Mission Mile and connecting Canoga. Those are $50 million, $30 million projects that really will, we are utilizing other people's money to improve the city.
Thank you. So I would like to request a budget memo from Street Services on the positions needed to maintain the current Streets LA grant-funded projects to ensure that we don't lose any of those hard-fought grant-funded programs. That in many cases, and actually maybe you can help me with this as well, given, I mean, we still are kind of in this state with HLA, trying to figure out what those obligations are. Many of these projects also contribute in some part to actually fulfilling the spirit of what HLA is all about. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilwoman. When we applied for these projects, we looked deeply into the Mobility Plan 2035. So in the application itself, we do identify elements that are compliant with the Mobility 2035. And I think that's how we got the funding, is
Correct.
We looked at these corridors holistically.
So thank you for that information, because I think that goes a long way in showing the multi-benefit part of making sure that the staffing levels are in place to sustain the progress on these programs, because it's multi-benefit. It's, number one, the state funding for us to actually implement a lot of these improvements that are part of our mobility plan. It's an important part of mitigating the risk and liability associated with even the conditions that are on our street, which is the whole premise behind HLA. But more importantly, it's, you know, we don't want to return any of this money.
Right.
And it affords us an opportunity to actually invest in making some of these improvements. So thank you for that. I look forward to the budget memo.
Thank you.
Great. And on that memo, in terms of the grants, I would like it also to, and maybe this will be a special one if we can't do it as part of the budget one, but to give us a report on transportation infrastructure grants the city's received, the amount of the grant, the original grant deadlines, extensions that were requested or received, grant funds that were returned, and why, and the current status of those grant projects. So some of that may be beyond the scope of the immediate budget memo, but I definitely want us to have our eyes wide open, as Rodriguez is saying, and understand what has happened too in the past. Mr. McCosker.
Thank you very much. Again, thanks for being here. I want to focus on our curb ramp cuts and how it affects your Complete Street program, which the Complete Street program makes absolute sense. We're going into a street, and while we're doing that street, do everything, including the curb cuts. I'm worried about the elimination of 73 positions in your pavement preservation program, including the access ramps. And I'd just like to get your thoughts on, but I'd like to get a budget memo back on whether we could restore those 73 Complete Street positions using money from CTIP. Seems to be an ideal use for CTIP, and it is something we are going to do. We have to do this. So could you give me your thoughts, and can I get a budget memo back on, again, specifically using CTIP for those 73 positions?
Sure, I'll start. Basically, these are 73 positions that were repurposed specifically for access ramps construction, and this year we're constructing over 200. We did not receive any dedicated funding going into next year for access ramps. Right. And so as the positions were eliminated now, basically we have to consider taking back crews that are doing work for Bureau of Engineering sidewalk repair willets program so they can focus on access ramps, so we can do hundreds of them. Shirley?
Yes, the access ramp program, as it stands for the proposed budget, the positions that are currently working on access ramps are being eliminated. So the 73 positions, we really need them in order to continue to resurface our streets, because we need to build the access ramps that are in conjunction with those streets for next year.
Great, thank you. I just want to be really clear. What is the number? Is the number, we've had a bunch of different numbers thrown around. It's 182 positions that are currently filled that were proposed for cut, right?
Correct.
In our no layoff budget.
Correct.
And the only two options are absorb those somewhere in the department using vacancies, many of which are cut, or to restore them.
Correct.
There's no other magic way, right? There's no other sort of like, if we're no layoff, we're going to do one of those two things. Correct?
See, I want to answer.
So there were 182 positions that were filled. Of those, 104 were not identified as filled upon completion of the budget. So for the other positions, there are measures in place to ensure no layoff of those positions. The 104, those are those positions that we need to find additional solutions for. My office has been researching that since the release of the budget, and we will be reporting back in the budget memo that the chair asked for. We have identified solutions for all 104.
And very simplistic for my purposes only, not for anyone else in this audience or this room, but very simplistically, if a position is filled, that probably means a manager somewhere thought that position should be used in that spot. And so we're going through this exercise to move somebody to a spot that wasn't filled, which I will also presume means it was probably a lesser priority. So in order to make this a no layoff budget, we're actually doing the exact opposite of what we think our priorities are within each department. That's not a question, not a question.
And we're working within the money that we have to fund the departments.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to follow up a little bit on the how much additional funding in the proposed budget to construct the ADA required curb ramps in connection with the streets resurfacing. So part of that, how does the Streets LA comply with the requirement, with the Streets LA plan to comply? If you use the crews that you're doing Willets, that we're doing the Willets sidewalk work, how are we going to comply with our obligation under that settlement? And then if BOE contracts more work out, are they staffed to administer those contracts? Is BCA staffed to conduct the additional inspections?
So that's something we'll definitely have to work with Bureau of Engineering and BCA on, basically on how we do a phased approach. We're not just going to take everybody back, say, July 1st, but we're looking at a phased approach to do that. we'll also have to seek funding, for these specific ramps. And as you say, there's $37 million identified in CTIEP that could potentially be used for that. But I expect to work closely with the CAO on
Pull the
those.
mic a little closer.
I'm sorry. I expect to work closely with the CAO on this, on how we basically figure this out, along with Bureau of Engineering and BCA. But this is just a proposed option, because right now, as it sits, we don't have positions to basically dedicate to access ramps as it stands right now. Shirley?
So how much flexibility will Streets LA have to reassign, to get complete teams, and to establish positions?
So right now, in the positions that were basically given back to us, the crews are incomplete as of this moment. There are crews without supervisors, equipment operators, and things like that. The supervisors manage at the macro level as far as on basically our budget, basically on materials, crews, things like that at the macro level. It's basically on getting production done, meeting CalOSHA requirements and things like that. They basically run the crews. Equipment operators are needed to basically dig the holes for the crews for either asphalt or concrete work. So right now, I expect to work closer with the CAO basically on, as we restore positions, to basically make some of our crews whole and complete.
So we don't have a plan yet. We're going to put one together.
So right now, basically, we're still working with the CAO on the position restoration, just across the board, and so we're still working with them.
Okay. I've got additional questions, but I'll keep moving it to Ms. Rodriguez.
So I think this is parlays somewhat into the question that you asked, Mr. Chair. So I would like to request a budget memo from Street Services on the Bureau's recommended alternative eliminations that would provide for the same amount of savings while retaining the maximum number of operability for crews. So this is where we have to, again, going back to the prioritization, how are we going to make sure that we right size exactly what we need? So just to make sure that that's really kind of fully captured, I think is important. And then finally, I think we already got the grant. So we got the grants.
We can come back.
Okay, I would like to request a budget memo on the alternative budget saving strategies that increases salary savings in order to restore the deleted position authorities unfunded, so that we can try and, again, this is just about providing some of the flexibility and things that we need, but we got to just start kind of right-sizing and figuring out how we might be able to kind of better align with, given all the competing priorities. Everything's an emergency, right? So we just need to make sure that we kind of get that, get those in the order of kind of top tier liability, the potential threat for grant rejection, all of those things. So just if you can help me out with that budget memo, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Harris Dawson.
Thank you so much. A couple comments and then a question, and then I have a budget memo from Council District 1. The comment is I just want to remind everybody, we had the SB1, the big tax that we Californians did years ago. One of the very, very below the line promises was when a recession comes, because there was going to be one coming, that we'd have these funding streams in place so that there would be jobs and economic activity that wouldn't theoretically be impacted by a recession. So if we give the money back, that's the opposite of what the point was of doing those projects, in addition to not getting the projects done. So I just want to make sure we keep that in front of our mind as we're proceeding. But this question is maybe for the CAO. It sounds like, my colleagues on the budget committee, you all, the bureaus are in front of this idea of losing grant money. So I'm not so worried about that for this year. It seems like people are ahead of this. But it seems to me this is going to be an ongoing problem, because we're working on grants now for the future. So if we're in the same position next year and we get a new grant and we don't have people to work it, we'll be in a very similar position, because these, the ATP, the active transport, the SB1, those funding streams are not going to stop. And I hope Los Angeles doesn't take the position, well, we don't have people, so we're not even going to pursue that money. I'm just trying to get an idea for how you all are thinking about that going forward.
Councilman, We agree that that is a challenge, but that is one of the necessary trade-offs for the primary decision of moving most of the money, new money in this budget, to salary increases. I mean, that is, we are not saying that there are not going to be trade-offs. We are trying to have a budget and are committed to a budget with no layoffs. It doesn't mean it's going to be a budget without restrictions and without reductions. And it very well may be the case that it restricts our ability to seek other funding, but we do not have the money right now to fund all of those positions and potential positions, which we would have to do on the front end.
So perhaps it's a budget memo, but I'd like, more thinking about what our strategy is going forward. And it can be limited to the funding streams we know are in motion. I mean, the idea that Los Angeles says, no, we're going to pass on this because, as much as our residents put into those pots, we're going to pass on this. It just seems like that's not a good strategy. And we have time to figure it out because we know that's coming down the pipe next year. And then I have a budget memo from CD1 that says a budget memo to restore the $40,000 in contractual services to facilitate the sidewalk vending outreach and education program, especially given the recent litigation the city is still in the midst of settling.
May I add something? Stephanie Clements, Assistant Director. We have unfunded position authorities that we use for grant-funded projects. So that is one of our asks, that those be restored with no funding, which means that ultimately they will be funded through grants, through special fund earmarks, or through council discretionary funding. So that is one of our proposed solutions, is to retain the authorities without front funding.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, you had a follow-up.
Right, so and thank you, Stephanie, for that. I mean, this is also part of how we are able to sustain the staff to implement this work, because in large part, much of those salaries and those services are covered by those grants. Excuse me, so we have a little bit of a chicken and egg situation. But it makes it really difficult to go out and pursue new ones when we still have this backlog of implementing what we already got to fulfill. Excuse me, but these are the choices that we made. So now we got to live with it.
Okay. And we should get a report back on those positions that you're referring to. What are the positions that you're asking for without funding? And how do you anticipate that they're going to get funded moving forward? A couple other questions. Was there any money in the budget to comply with the requirements of HLA in connection with the resurfacing program?
No.
Okay. Another question. Your crews reinstall speed humps when you resurface streets. How easy or hard would it be to install new speed humps if you had a design or a plan when resurfacing a street? It seems that if the asphalt department did all the asphalt work, there might be some efficiencies. Have we ever thought about doing something like that?
That's something we would definitely be capable of doing, Council Member.
Okay, well, maybe that's a special study I'd like to look at to see how we could move in that direction in the future. I also want to ask the proposed budget, what are the impacts on the urban forestry metrics? How many trees are you going to be able to trim? How many dead trees will you be able to remove? Is there an impact to our median maintenance? Do we have answers to those questions?
Assistant Director. So for tree trimming, with the proposed budget, we can trim 40,000 trees. That's not including the on-demand tree trimming funding, which we did not get for the proposed budget. So that will result in a 17-year trim cycle. So just to paint a picture of what 17 years is, that basically means, let's say you have a kindergartner at your home and urban forestry comes there and trims the trees. Your kindergartner will be off to college before you see another urban forestry crew trim those trees. So that's the picture of where we are at with tree trimming.
That's pretty grim, because of course we imagine that trim might actually, what's that? At least the kids got into college. That's good. And what about the dead trees and the stump removal?
So for dead trees and stump removal, we can remove 900 trees for one crew, and we're funded for 1.5 crews. However, because dead tree removals are third in our priority to trimming and watering, we're going to have to move crews to do the trimming and watering. So the metrics for the dead tree removals will have to decrease.
Yeah, I mean, this is, for the last several years, I've been pushing more crews to try to get us onto a trajectory where we would actually be able to get to a 5-year cycle, which is, you know, even that I think is probably not we need to be faster than that. But, so it's just very concerning. If a council office had discretionary money, and do you even have the resources if they said, we want to give you some money for extra tree trimming to be able to do that?
Yes, to some extent, but if there are emergencies, we also have to make sure that we have enough overtime money for emergencies.
Okay. All right, I want to ask for a couple of report backs. First, Councilwoman Hernandez asked, and I want to put this forward, a budget memo requesting what it would take to restore the 23 positions to support the sidewalk repair program, the Willett settlement. Councilwoman Yaroslavsky asked for a budget memo on the recommendation to transfer $12.7 million of sidewalk repair program funding from Streets LA to BOE for their use of pre-qualified list of contractors, with an emphasis on the community level contractors, and provide $12.7 million of CTIEP funding to Streets LA and reassign all the remaining sidewalk repair teams to access ramps, to get a report on that. And then also I'd like to get a report for the CAO on the impact on how the proposed budget provides funding and staffing to ensure compliance with all legal requirements regarding disability access in the public right-of-way, including our Willett's commitment and obligations to install or improve curb ramps in connection with the resurfacing program. And then finally, a special study for Streets LA, Board of Public Works, Sanitation, Rec and Parks, the options for optimizing the city's tree policy making, planting, and maintenance programs, including partnerships with nonprofits in a single department. We need to do something. It's just not, obviously not sustainable, and I mean, I'm not saying anything that you all don't know. You know, and these trees, it's not just about an eyesore, but they're going to fall on somebody and cause a tragedy, and then we're going to also have a huge liability. We've seen this. It happens in budget, and then we say, gosh, it would have been so much cheaper to just trim the trees than to pay for the settlement of this person or people who've, you know, had these horrible tragedies. So that being said, Ms. Rodriguez.
The other connection I wanted to make, colleagues, and I think we should even consider this, I think it's important for not just street services, but I also think obviously Bureau of Street Lighting and sanitation, but we also have to really measure this and quantify it in terms of the investment that we make as it relates to public safety. When we talk about trees being trimmed and cut back so that we can actually see the lights and make sure that we're not harboring any illicit activity because people can't see, or you're covering, you know, street signs, all of those things are not just liabilities, it actually contributes to a lot of times people being left vulnerable in a lot of our neighborhoods. And so I think there, you know, with that kind of nexus, we have to really think about when we talk about what our priorities are as a city right now, given how restrictive a lot of our resources are to invest in everything that we want to invest in. We also have to consider those prioritizations that contribute to improvement of public safety in a lot of these very high, especially a lot of the corridors or areas where, again, LAPD and our senior lead officers and everyone can be part of that solution. But I think we also have to draw a nexus in terms of our public safety strategy. And so having had LAPD yesterday, I think it's something that we need to talk about how we're looking at those resources also being used to support the work that enhances public safety in a lot of our neighborhoods. I think that's an important conversation that we need to have. And because not everyone's budget is siloed and protected, we have to really look at this as one city family and how do we make the most benefit for public safety in a lot of our neighborhoods. So I would also ask colleagues that we consider those. That is a very significant factor. And with our LAPD partners, to figure out how we're going to actually cross-pollinate those resources to actually support the work that is instrumental to helping them do their job, and to the greatest extent possible, investing in the preventative work that makes our streets safer.
Thank you. Mr. McCosker.
Great, thank you very much. Just one point of clarification that I'm going to ask about materials and equipment rentals. But just to be really, really clear, I do now have a question on the 182 positions. We are going to get a report back from BSS how the moves to make sure that we're avoiding layoffs will be effective for management. We're not going to just have human beings chasing vacancies, because I could see just trying to fill positions, we will have, if we do it without direct management review and approval and consideration, we'll have teams out there that are half-filled and teams without supervisors and then supervisors without teams. This is not just about making sure everybody gets a paycheck. This is making sure that we will have, as much as we can, functional operations. So you guys are going to be working on that, right? Not just coming down from on high.
Correct.
Thanks. I want to ask about materials. The cost of materials up through the roof. I don't think you had got any money for short-term rentals for equipment that we don't have. And it is effective to be able to rent stuff, and it's imperative that we buy stuff. Is there a way to use MICLA or, again, CTIP for at least the equipment, and is that something we can look at?
Well, maybe CAO needs to answer that, but my understanding with MICLA is it would have to be a procurement of a piece of equipment, not a rental.
Is there CTIP financing we could use for equipment rentals?
I think that's a possibility.
Can I get a report back on that?
CAO probably should answer that.
Like a revolving fund for renting equipment for periods of time.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Councilmember. I'm David Verano from the Office of the CAO.
It's not on yet, David.
It's not on. Okay. Good afternoon, Councilmember. I'm David Hirano from the Office of the CAO. The answer to your question is we do have money in the CTIP reserve in the budget that could be used to rent or lease equipment, depending on what that equipment is being used for.
Could we get a memo back on just giving us the parameters of how that could work?
Yes, we could do that.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Sabo, did you have additional comments on the HLA response?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify on the question that you asked about HLA and whether there is funding in the budget. And General Manager said no, and I do want to clarify that a little bit. As we discussed leading up to the passage of HLA, one of the challenges with it is it's not a capital plan. It is an obligation, and so while there is no direct funding, as this being the first budget under HLA, if you look at the CTIP, at the Capital Technology Improvement Expenditure Plan, we have identified at each project whether that project is on the bicycle lane network, the bicycle enhanced network, the pedestrian enhanced network. So it indicates a project that could trigger HLA requirements. So we will need to take those on a project by project basis and create a budget around compliance with HLA. So that is embedded. But because HLA is not a capital plan, there isn't specific funding on those projects, because we don't know what those projects are going to be yet, but we did indicate at every project that you will be funding whether it could trigger HLA obligations.
Right, so just to be clear, so what you're saying is we have HLA obligations and we will meet those obligations. We just don't have a specific line item for doing
correct.
that. It has to come out of all of the projects have to be reoriented so that they do meet that.
Correct, yes. So the budget is designed to fully comply with HLA. It's just that there isn't a project budget because the projects to comply with HLA still need to be developed.
Okay. Colleagues, any additional questions? I know it's a big department, a lot of issues. We could probably spend the whole afternoon, but we really do appreciate the work that you do. I mean, you and your department, you do the core work. When you talk about the core of a city, you're talking about the streets, and so thank you for that. And we'll now move to the next department, which is street lighting. So I want to welcome General Manager Miguel Sangalang. I want to thank you for your work, not only in keeping the lights on, but being a persistent advocate for the long-term needs of a fiscally sustainable Bureau of Street Lighting, an innovative thought leader about how to use BSL assets to build the city for the future, from installing fiber in South LA to installing it in my district in Canoga Park, EV charging, all the rest. So why don't we get started, and you can start with a quick presentation, and we'll move to questions.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Miguel Sangalang, Bureau of Street Lighting. I just had a couple things to say to frame some of our requests or our letter. Obviously, because of the structure and funding of the Bureau, we have lived with a fairly tight belt for quite a while now. But this year, it will be a little bit chokingly so. Some of the departments you've heard already have been highlighting some of the large losses that they've gotten with regards to the position eliminations. Ours is complete. So we have all of our vacancies eliminated. I've mentioned that there's also still salary savings there. And as we've perused post the letter, some of the things that we found are things that would require us to kind of triage during the year to try and make ends meet. Because, for instance, one of the things that we've done in the Bureau is create a brand new asset management system called Cardiograph, of which we need to now find $400,000 worth of license fees, licensing fees that we have to pay in order to maintain our new system. So that's something that we don't have actually in the budget. There's also the power bill issue that we have, where our power line item is short about $7 million of what we expect to just have to pay our power bill to keep the lights on. So some of these things are issues that we'll have to work out through as the year goes on. Again, we'll have to live in a tighter and tighter budget. We'll as with all the other departments, we're committed to making sure that we work and live within our means, but that will have some consequences to what we're able to do out in the field. And with that, I can answer all of your questions.
Council members, any questions? Councilmember Rodriguez.
In your letter, you indicated that there were some positions that were eliminated in the proposed budget, but they're currently filled. That's correct? And yes. Do these eliminations result in layoffs, or have you worked with the CAO to identify where these vacant positions, where they can basically be placed into?
The answer is no, we have not worked with the CAO yet. We assume we will, and are just working through what we have. Those are some of the ones that I've listed are known. Some are unknown simply because of the state of our Cardiograph, Workday implementation. So we're trying to make sure all positions are accounted for.
Okay, so that's going to actually be resolved, we anticipate, before the, okay. And then obviously we know that the Prop 218 and the assessments, that hasn't been updated that hasn't been completed since 1996, which frankly is why we also know that we're running into the situation that we are, because we haven't ever put forward the effort to ensure that we can actually recover the costs associated with operating our street lighting infrastructure. I would like to request a special study from Street Lighting on the current assessment that funds the department, and the recommendations for updates that can help mitigate the future general fund subsidies. So we'd like to see that. I know there's going to be a lot of departments that are talking about, especially other departments that are looking at having to implement fee increases and whatnot. This is one that has been punted for at least the last 10 years that I'm familiar with. So it's just high time that we actually have a really honest conversation about all of the impacts of not asking these hard questions, and we really have to go through that as well. And then, and that's it. I'm sure everyone has questions about copper wire, so I'll let you all go.
All right, well, I'll take that lead in on the copper wire if you like.
Right.
So copper wire is one of the biggest issues that we have right now.
Okay.
And but are you proposing to cannibalize the fortification restorations to replace the LEDs? Is that what's going on, or why? Can we expect, what are the results that we're going to expect with that?
So the programs we've stood up for the past few years, fortification, restoration, solar lighting, for instance, those we have seen as fairly effective to trying to make sure we restore lights as quickly as possible and try and prevent their outages. Unfortunately, we have issues now, right? We have choices A or B, where it's trying to turn lights on that are out or trying to prevent them going out because we have infrastructure, right, that is aging. We have light bulbs that are aging. They can fail. They're outputting less lumens than they should be, making it darker, right? So we have normal operations and maintenance that we must continue while we deal with this existential issue of theft and vandalism, right? So now, just because of the restrictions in the budget, I'm sort of forced to pick between one or the other. I find that LED replacement is going to be the most efficient, bang for your buck, right? Proactive approach that we have.
But it doesn't change the fact that the copper wire is being stolen, and
correct.
I mean, isn't it just giving more money to the thieves if we're not actually fortifying those?
That would be one of the issues that we're faced with. So unless there's another solution and remedy, without light bulbs to turn on, right, without the copper wire to be in the ground, we're sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Well, we need a solution for that. I mean, obviously, funding is a solution, but it's not sustainable to just say, well, we're just going to keep replacing what keeps getting stolen without taking the necessary precautions to prevent it from being stolen again. It's how can we expect the same thing not to happen?
Well, in the scenarios I listed out, I would actually be reducing our ability to restore even the copper wire that we have now. That would be expensive solutions for us. So replacing the light bulb, right, $200 to $300. If I replace it when it's burned out and it's not a proactive purchase where I lose economies of scale, it's $400 to $600. If I'm replacing copper wire, it's at least $500 to $900. So these are all numbers, right, that start adding up once we're trying to figure out how to react to the situations that we have. And the risk of having the 60,000 lights that we identify as either losing its ability to produce light or burn out, I think is also a very large risk in addition to the theft.
Right, and in fact, it's not just a risk for our lighting. It's, we became one of the first 5G cities, by attaching communications equipment. How are these outages affecting other critical services like communications, our ability of our residents to call 911 from their cell phones, all of those things?
So that's also an additional effect of theft and vandalism. So we have around 4,000 or so co-located telecom equipment on our street lights. That obviously helps with cell phone coverage throughout the city. Those outages would create holes for our telecom utilities as well. So they would have problems with it.
Right, and I know we're already working on this, but there must be a way we can partner with these folks who are well-resourced, who are being impacted by this loss, who have a mutual interest in preventing it.
Yeah, so we're looking into that with the mayor's office and the city attorney's office to see what we can do about that too.
Okay, I have more questions, but I want to keep it moving. Mr. McCosker.
Thank you very much. I have actually a question from CD1. So BSL provided an estimated $3.7 million street lighting improvement plan as part of the mayor's then proposed Mayfair Hotel acquisition. Our council colleague would like a budget memo to structure a way to combine new and existing capital maintenance resources to achieve what was the commitment in connection with the Mayfair at that time for the $3.7 million street lighting improvement plan. She'd like to have that back. Could I do one from my district? I want to talk about something real positive. I want to, really excited, this time last year we talked about lighting underneath freeways in our tunnels and underpasses. And we actually have achieved the first pilot at Stanford under the 105 freeway. Beautiful, artistic, colored LED fixtures. Really, really, really nice. I think we're going to do a ribbon cutting of that soon together. Tell me about the capacity to be able to do this off into the future.
So unfortunately, that was a one-off. So as it's pilot, right, we're testing out the technology, seeing what we can do. We're very positive about it. We like it for a couple things. It's improving the infrastructure there, and we'd be able to kind of change the character of the neighborhood, right, the lighting, the mood, et cetera, at a fairly cheap basis to improve kind of quality of life there. So as a pilot, we're very for it. We just have trouble with trying to, as with the rest of the Bureau, trouble sustaining a program then that would affect the larger city.
Did you submit in this process, a plan to the mayor and CIO for being able to continue or to take this pilot and implement it a little further?
As part of our proposed to the mayor's office, we had submitted. We also submitted a report recently, but obviously because of the budget process right now, we'd await kind of next steps for that.
Could I just get a budget memo on essentially just that report and analysis of how we could, work to continue that program? Thank you.
Okay, a couple more questions. I'll continue and then move to other colleagues. So you're technically special funded as a bureau, but the CAO has stated that you're also subsidized by the general fund or other sources of funding to the tune of $17 million. Are there ways for you to lessen that subsidy?
As Councilmember Rodriguez has mentioned, obviously looking at the assessment is one way. There's possible other ways for us to look for revenue generating opportunities. For instance, one of the things that we had done last year was sign a letter of intent between us and California Department of Technology, where they're looking for us to build middle mile conduit down from downtown Los Angeles all the way down along the 110 freeway to the 91 freeway. And in the letter of intent, they're willing to pay over $1 million over $500,000 per mile there. So that would be a revenue opportunity that we could look at, in addition to then looking for other services that we can either co-locate or subscribe to EVs, right, as another way for us to proceed as well.
Yeah. Speaking of EVs, you requested an additional engineer position for the EV charger program. Can that be accomplished within existing resources or through other non-general fund sources?
We would be hard-pressed to complete our target of 150 within just the resources we have. Even with overtime, we might be able to squeeze out 90 or so plans from our current engineer that's working on there. So the balance of that would be our deficit. We need to look for another resource in order to get we would need another engineering resource in order to complete the 150.
The engineering resource. I mean, because it's interesting. I mean, a lot of these EVs, they offer, free to the mall or something to put their EV there, but then they charge a little bit. But there's no other creative ways like that to get more funding out of it, is there?
We could look at it. Obviously, we control our rates, so we can look at that as well.
Okay.
Can I get a follow-up on that?
Please. Yeah, go ahead.
Specifically on that.
So for the fingers, you give me one finger. You got a two.
Oh, sorry. I don't know the hand signals. Yeah. How about this 1-5?
Yeah, there you go.
So specifically on that, on the 110 project,
yeah,
and the opportunity for state funding, I'd like to get a budget memo on the fiscal impact on restoring the 3 engineering associate 2 positions that were eliminated, the 2 street lighting electricians, the 4 electrical craft helpers, the 2 cement finisher workers, to be able to continue that program and specifically see if we can look at funding from the state or any other funding to not impact the general fund to offset the cost of the positions and be able to implement that program, which is really about equity and inclusion and creating opportunities for folks in the corridor.
Yeah, well, happy
Thank
to
you.
do that.
And then as far as budget report backs, I also wanted to have one regarding the elimination of the 3 cement finisher positions, a report on that. Budget impact regarding the hiring hall funds to avoid the termination of 8 hiring hall positions, which include 3 street lighting electricians, 3 electrical cart craft helpers, and 2 cement finishers. A report back on the cost of funding a study to analyze the Bureau's long-term fiscal and operational plan, akin to what we were talking about. A budget impact report on adequately funding LED replacements, including the cost of including smart nodes to align the life cycle of both assets. And then finally, a budget impact memo regarding the cost of restoring the lost digital inclusion engineering position, restore 2 regular street lighting electricians, 4 electrical cart craft helpers, and 2 cement finishing workers, and whether or not there are non-general fund ways to do so. Colleagues, any additional questions? All right. Well, then, with that, we've exhausted that. So we appreciate it, and thank you for the great work that you do, keeping our lights on and keeping us moving. So
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next move to Bureau of Sanitation. They're charged with some of the most important, essential daily services that many folks take for granted. Their budget advances important citywide needs, including essential needs at our wastewater treatment facilities, and yes, much needed updates to fee schedules that haven't been touched in years. Critical components are in this budget. The budget does cut 238 positions. Your letter makes it clear that how it will adversely impact services citywide. Really, we want to better understand where the department has overtime needs, what the actual position needs are. So now that your team is here, let's get into it. Welcome.
Good morning. I get. Good morning, Chair and council members. Barbara Romero, General Manager of LA Sanitation and the Environment.
Sarai Baga, CFO for LA Sanitation and Environment.
Tracy Menamidi, Chief Operating Officer.
Warrenson, Assistant Director for LA Sanitation and Environment.
Robert Potter, Assistant Director.
Master Jury, Assistant Director.
So that is a part of my team, and I still have some more team members sitting here for additional questions. So we acknowledge the current financial state of the city and appreciate both the CAO and the Mayor's Office for proposing a budget that as is will allow us to deliver critical, non-deferrable services such as organics, recycling, solids collection and disposal, Hyperion operations and maintenance, watershed management, and citywide cleanliness. As it stands, we anticipate being able to maintain basic levels, and we do acknowledge that with the deletion of 230 positions, will have an impact in our ability to provide services to the city and will impede in the progress we have been making in equity-related programs and providing pathway to city jobs and careers. With that being said, the critical changes we feel are necessary to ensure LA Sands' reliability is restoring 14 positions within the Livability Services Division to maintain alt shift, which conducts vital illegal dumping cleanliness services after normal business hours, and maintain the Hollywood and coastal care teams. Restoring the fleet manager position, the only one in our department, and we have a fleet of over 1,400 fleet. And one more thing. We also ask that we work with the CAO to address some of our issues with the vacancies that have been deleted that currently have people in those positions. Currently, we have approximately 40 of those positions that we need to address, including we have some positions that we're about to offer, and the people are about to start on Monday, and we have been working already with the CAO to address those issues, and we just want additional authority to work with them on those items. We now here for questions. Thank you.
Thanks. Just to follow, you mentioned the fleet manager position. Could you describe that position, its importance? How did it get caught up in this, in the deletion? The position was recently deleted.
Yeah. So the fleet manager was the person that was sitting in that position got offered a promotion, and and currently we have a person acting in that position. So it looked like, and they vacated because it didn't appear because it's an acting person. So we would just like to restore that position. Okay. And Alex, any other context?
Yes, thank you for the question. Alex Halou, Assistant General Manager, Sanitation. We manage a fleet of over 1,800 vehicles. 1,400 of them are basically sanitation. We also, the fleet manager, supports LSD program. So the fleet manager responsibility is to meet the regulations, the South Coast Air Quality Management District, the federal government, as well as the state. Right now, we are on our own trying to, we uploaded all the information required by CARB for this fleet rule that was just passed last year. Our staff, including the fleet manager, we uploaded over 1,442 vehicles. The position is crucial because as we're looking at electrification of the fleet, we do need a manager who is be evaluating the technology, trying to find out if it's really adequate for our staff to be able to use it in the different terrains of the city. Right now, this is the only position that sanitation has. And that's why we appreciate restoring the position.
So we'll get a report back on that position. And I mean, generally, I'm trying to understand the positions that you're intending to fill this year, the ones that, how much of the request is actually for overtime and contractor spending, how many actual positions you need. So I'll do it in the form of a report back, but if you can answer some of it now, which is to report back on detailing and explaining overtime hour needs, and separately what position authority restorations are needed as outlined in the service level impact section of the department's budget letter, and to remember to include the length of the vacancy, the potential service impacts, identify any existing position authority like repurposing swaps or special funding sources so as not to impact the general fund. And it should tell what positions you really need versus what overtime is really needed.
So in collections, for example, we have over 700 RCTOs. We have 100 vacancies, and 85 were proposed to be deleted. And we are looking, and we are in the proposed budget. They added an additional $2 million for overtime, and we are projected to go about probably $17 million. So we need like $7 million in overtime, even with those numbers. So if you're asking, do we need to right size, or is that enough overtime in a fiscal year? That's the question. Do we fill more vacancies? So removing those 85 positions would not allow. We would use the salary savings from those 85 positions to provide that overtime. But if you're going to delete those 85 positions, we don't have the ability to move the salary savings for that additional overtime that based on historical trends in the last 3 years, we
Right.
see that we're going to need an additional $7 million.
And yeah, we're trying to be more transparent as a budgeting exercise because of the limitations, so that every department is using the salary savings for overtime and for other sort of important things. And part of this budget exercise is to say, let's just be real clear. What do we need for overtime? What do we need? What do we need for positions, and not have sort of individual salary savings slush funds that are out there for each department. So that's the reason for the request. Colleagues, I have more questions, but I want to keep it moving. So, Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you. And I wanted to note that I think I saw a smile out of Mr. Zabo for you talking about those resources in that way. The altered shift teams for all of the livability services. The 64 positions that were eliminated, can you tell me how that affects our delivery of services? Particularly, I know they're a very important part of our Care and Care Plus operations.
So first, thank you for asking that question. Those 64 positions, alt shift was started as a way it was a way to optimize our programs because we didn't have existing space and we didn't have enough equipment, so that's how it started. So we are looking at those 64 positions. There's no, the way they were cut, it broke down some of the teams. So what we are proposing to do, as you heard in my intro, that we're hoping to maintain the alt shifts by restructuring the LSD teams.
Okay.
So the regional storage groups would be collapsed with our Care and Care Plus teams. And so the alt shift would be that we would, our day shift would be restored to keep the day shifts, move some of the ECIs, move some of the MLs, because it's a 3-job.
Kind of just reprogram everybody. so that
Reprogram
you
everyone so that we can maintain that same level of service. But there's going to be one impact in alt shift.
Okay.
We are going to have to use the ECIs that were in the alt shifts to Care Plus.
Okay.
Because some of the Care Plus, we did lose some of the ECIs in Care Plus, and we know we all need Care Plus. So
is every council district utilizing Care Plus?
Yes.
Okay. So there's not a single council district that is going without those operations?
Yes, we have
Great.
every council district is using Care Plus. They use the receptacles, I'm spacing out the illegal dumping and the hygiene centers. It was a tip on.
Got it. And so, so based on how do you have the flexibility based on how you're trying to kind of realign all of these positions?
Yes, because even though we were cut 64, we still have 137 vacancies that were kept in there. So with that, and if and so my request was 14 to ensure that we can, make enough teams to make sort.
Okay.
So
and so I apologize that I missed that, but was there a budget memo requested on that?
No, I requested that in my intro.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you were outside. So
Yeah. So sorry, I had to leave.
No,
so,
it's okay.
So yes. So if we can get a budget memo on that, but again, just the message is consistent with everybody. We're trying our best, and thank you for making this initial step of looking at how you can reassign staff and figure out how we can basically keep everything whole with the most essential services that we need to deliver that make the greatest impact. And so you said you would lose one Care Plus team as a result?
No, we wouldn't lose
anything.
anything.
We wouldn't lose anything.
No.
Okay.
What we're going to do is we're going to use some of the ECIs from regional storage.
Got it.
And they're going to go into the Care Plus. And then we also have what the impact is going to be, the ECIs that are typically in our alt shift, they're going to move down to Care Plus teams, and which means one of the impacts is going to be if there's a health hazard, that's going to be an impact, how we deal with it, whether we have Clean Harbors come out, but the initial assessment. So, as you know, usually at 5 o'clock on a Friday, there's, our RV, and
Right.
we need someone who is qualified to address that issue. So
Okay.
that's the impact.
Okay.
And we'll include that in our report back.
Okay, terrific. And then I also wanted to request a budget memo on the internal resource shifts that can help accommodate one senior MA position in lieu of the 3 MA positions for support of the Green Business Program, and some that work and what it's done for a lot of our small business stuff. And by the way, I just want to shout out Alex, the grant, the federal grant for the reusable products that I've got 7 in CD7 businesses that are currently utilizing that grant. But it's been, when so many small businesses coming out of COVID and the restaurants specifically struggled, they would never be able to invest without this grant. So I want to thank you guys for making it very accessible, easy for them to, and for working with EWDD and our business source centers to get it out. It's been really transformative for a lot of these small business owners, and they're incredibly excited. So I want to thank you guys for making it so accessible. So thank you.
Yeah, we have some superstars running that program.
It's fun. Yeah, it's good. It's a great program. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Harris-Dawson.
Thank you so much. I have a budget memo request from Council District 1, and the question is, what is needed in terms of staffing and resources to ensure LA San can achieve equity and allocation based on need in the allocation of Care Plus days for various council districts?
Okay. Mr. McCosker.
Oh, thank you. I want to talk about 1383, SB 1383, and basically the funding sources. I mean, I understand that Cal Recycle is going to help us pay for some aspects of this, but what's the long-term opportunity for more state grants and available funding?
So I'll let Alex start, and then I'll weigh in.
Last year, we were fortunate. We received about $5.1 million from Cal Recycle to implement the organics program to help offset some of the cost of the organics program. The organics program in itself is very expensive.
Right.
When we started the program, we were able to mulch our green waste for about $45 a ton. Once we added the food waste element to it, the compost, the price jumped to about $125 a ton. So that
125?
125 from $45. This big shift was due to the fact now instead of chipping and grinding the products and just giving it back to the residents to use, that product now have to be placed for about 60 and 90 days to be processed, to become a mulch, to become compost. We can no longer give any mulch that has food waste in it. And that is a huge tip fee budget cost that we are basically utilizing our SWRF money to help offset some of that cost. There is also the ambassador program. In the state is requiring every jurisdiction, not just Los Angeles, to go door to door, look at what goes in the bin, and make sure the residents are using it correctly, whether they're putting the material black, blue, and green. We have, last year, council generously gave us 10 positions. With the help of the mayor's office, we're very grateful for them. Plus, we leverage our existing resources that we have on the ambassadors. Unfortunately, in this budget, there's 3 positions being cut. And that's going to impact some of our operations, how many bins we inspect. Our ambassadors right now, Councilmember McCosker, are going door to door, looking at each of the bin, filling an electronic form, and that form is in a database that will be uploaded to the state. There is many elements in SB 1383 beyond the simple composting operation. It requires procurement on behalf of the city. We are required to purchase 300,000 tons of organic material every single year. That percentage creeps up. We are engaged with the CLA and the CAO to work with Cal Recycle to address that. And that's about $6 to $8 million impact on the city. Just the procurement element of that compost. I know I'm a council member, I remember Krikorian didn't like when I stated it, but not only we have to pay to process the material, we are required to purchase it back and bring it back and use it. in this city.
So getting to the point in terms of the ambassadors that we mentioned that Cal Recycle was interested in hoping to fund those 3 ambassadors. When Alex had a meeting with them yesterday, and they indicated that until we comply with the procurement process, so we can be compliant on that in that category, they're going to hold the $9 million in grant funding that could fund those positions and other outreach and education outreach items that we had lined up to do. They want us to demonstrate that we are in the process of complying for and in establishing the procurement process for that requirement.
So I think that's then a budget memo to see about the investment to comply, put ourselves in a position to be able to pull down the state funding for the ambassadors program. I'd like to get that memo back.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And part of that, maybe adding on just, how we comply and how we work with our RSPs as well. So it's our how we comply and how we help make them comply.
Sounds good. So we're at, now at 50%
Unfunded.
compliance on the business side of the house. So.
Do I put up 2 fingers to explain?
Please go ahead.
Follow up on my own question. So I mean, my budget memo would include holding those 3 positions unfunded, putting those positions unfunded in the budget because we would be looking toward being able to grant fund them through the state. Thank you.
Okay. Let's talk for a minute about the exempted priority critical hiring that you cite. Many are specifically being funded by the SCM fee, which is critical to maintaining our wastewater system. Your letter states, though, that it's some positions. Can you describe the request and mention the funding sources for the positions and the different purposes?
So there's 9 positions that that are SEM funded that we already made job offers for that don't have an impact to the general fund that were slate to be deleted. So we are hoping that those get restored.
Okay.
And as I mentioned in the beginning, I would, if we could we have multiple positions because we have multiple positions that have been slated for deletion, and we have multiple funding sources. We are asking if we can work just directly with CAO to address those, because we've addressed multiple ones, and we just want to continue to do that.
And we want you to do that and be able to present that. So report back on the restoration of the PCH exempted positions in the department's letter with funding to be identified so as not to impact the general fund, essentially working with the CAO to come up with that. A couple other things. You described the technical corrections mentioned with respect to cybersecurity. What will these people be responsible for?
Just a little background information. There's 3 cybersecurity positions that are within LA Sanitation. All 3 of them have been slated or identified for deletion. So just as an example, we've had 1.5 million hits on our firewall just in one day. The firewall is the one with the water sector or water program at Hyperion, and it protects us. It's a firewall between the city's network and our water network, and luckily the firewall protected us from that 2.5 million. The wastewater sector actually is a high priority for cyber attacks. It's really high on the terrorist list. And so we really need to have a really strong cybersecurity posture. As you probably know, I'm sure you do, the mayor's office has created a cyber intrusion command center, and it's an incident command committee essentially with representatives from IT from all the various departments to develop a coordinated citywide incident response for cybersecurity, and we're involved in that. So I think with all that information and in improving our cyber score with ITA, I think it's really important for us to retain those positions. Now, there's 3 positions that have been slated for deletion, and we're requesting to keep 2 of those 3, and the reason for that is that they're occupied. And so knowing that we need to provide some offsets, we're going to be proposing, or we are proposing, to offset with 2 senior system analyst 1s for the 2 cybersecurity positions that we want. And we will be working with the CAO to try to get that.
So we'll include that as a report back to for the cybersecurity positions mentioned as in the technical corrections part, just as you said. So we'll get a report back on that. Similarly, the stormwater pollution abatement corrections, could you describe that a little bit?
Yes, so that's pertaining to the Stormwater Pollution Abatement Fund. One of the line items has to do with revenue tied to the LID ordinance that was recently approved. And so with the approval of that ordinance, it reduces the revenue that we would expect coming from that program. So we're asking to adjust downward the expected revenue from that line item by $1.4 million. Also, we have revenue coming in, revenue coming in for the Ballona Creek TMDL project, and that is tied to a cost-sharing agreement that we have with several agencies, and so we wanted to recognize that in the schedule and have the appropriation made for that line item.
Okay, so we'll get a report back on that, a report on the Stormwater Pollution Abatement Fund corrections that were outlined that you mentioned. Leslie, a couple of colleagues have asked for some report backs, which I'd like to put forward. One is from Councilwoman Park, would like a budget memo regarding the omission of the 6 Coastal Care Plus team positions that are already filled, which specifically 2 maintenance labor positions, 2 refuse collector truck operator positions, and 2 environmental compliance inspector positions.
Councilmember, if we get the 14 positions that we are requesting, that would be restored.
Okay, so just clarifying that, so you're saying that that's basically already in the other report back?
Yes.
And then another colleague, Councilmember De Leon, is asking for and happy to move this forward too, a report back on identifying funding to cover roll-off bins for bulky items for use by the Fashion District and Industrial District Business Improvement District clean teams. So just as a report back of what that would take. Mr. McCosker.
Thank you. I'd like to ask about the RCTOs. There are 50 livability services positions identified for elimination, which I would imagine affect the Valley and the South for CareCare Pluses. Last year, you hired 85 RCTOs. I wonder whether there is some overlap between the elimination and whether or not we're eliminating filled positions. What number of RCTOs would be necessary to achieve the standard of service that we currently have, or that you would recommend without having to go to overtime or without being able to achieve it?
So that optimization, I'm going to refer to Robert Potter to answer, but one of the things that I'm looking to figure out is ensure that we have enough. He'll talk from the operations perspective, but from the creating job opportunities for our, WED program, for Clean LA, and for TLH. That's what I want to make sure that we figure out how we create some vocational worker positions unfunded so that we could also have the ability to hire those people through the programs so that we have a base of training and people available to come into those positions. Because currently, if you ask you ask me on the operation side, they're going to say, we need people on the streets collecting our trash first, and that's our primary focus. So when we eliminate that many positions from that job classification, it's going to compete with just the daily work. So I would ask that we consider some kind of resolution, and I feel like a vocational worker unfunded. So when we decide to pursue that, we can do that. But I'll have Robert Potter speak to how many do we need to have optimal operations to reduce our overtime.
So and there's 2 points and 2 elements. There's refuse collection truck operators associated with the Livability Services Division. In our ask, we're looking at restoring 4 out of that 14 positions that we're asking for. 4 are RCTOs in order to fully staff. 7 are ECIs and a few MLs. In the collection side, there's about 100 vacancies right now, which would put us at optimal. Of those 100 vacancies, about 50 of those are being reduced or cut. So we would expect about a 50% cost variable with overtime related to those positions. Each position on average reduces overtime by about 6 hours of operating time in the field, which means that if a driver is not there to work, other crews will work overtime in the equivalence of 6 hours per driver.
6 hours over one
for one
DP?
driver.
For one driver.
Yeah, so for every driver we're missing per day, it would be about 6 hours of productive work time that's lost.
Yeah, okay.
So at 50, you could look at 300 hours of overtime additional per day, multiply that out by, the number of working days. That would be your cost variable. We don't want to be at a point where we're at 0 overtime because that's not optimal, right? There's going to be a base of overtime that needs to be done. But I think in the restoration of RCTOs, somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 30 RCTOs back into the collection operation.
Why don't we get a budget memo back on the restoration of RCTOs with that analysis, that
Of
the
course.
cost of overtime versus the direct cost? And could we also add in there your suggestion of unfunded positions to give you the flexibility for the equity programs, WED, TLH, et cetera? Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to highlight an issue that's important aspect of this budget, which is the sewer construction maintenance fee is projected to be raised over the next few years, and this budget does assume its growth. LA San report was released yesterday. It's going to be heard next Friday in the Energy and Environment Committee, and that discussion needs to happen there. I'm not trying to have that discussion here, but especially because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding out there about it. Could you and the CAO please describe the funding assumptions in this budget and future budgets and the uniqueness of this enterprise fund, and specifically why this is not really a choice to raise these fees that we are making that are needed to ensure our system, to kind of clear the air on this issue.
Certainly, I can start. Just a little bit of background regarding the SCM fund. About 40 years ago, Hyperion underwent its last major overhaul with the conversion to full secondary treatment. There were state and federal funds used for that program, and they had certain requirements. So at the same time, around that time is when the SCM fund was converted to an enterprise fund. And as an enterprise fund, the rates must be set sufficient to cover the cost of operations. The revenues can only be used to support those services, and the general fund cannot subsidize the sewer fund. So we've gotten to a point now where the fund needs the rate adjustment, having not had an adjustment for the last 4 years. There's been cost pressure from CPI going up, from utilities going up, and chemicals. So, and the cost of capital projects have gone up as well. Revenues have stayed flat, and so we are at this point where we need an adjustment for the fund. And regarding the assumptions, as I mentioned, we evaluated the cost of chemicals, utilities. We projected what that would look like for the next 4 years, as well as labor costs.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll have the city's debt manager, Hato, talk about some of the other considerations.
Okay.
So to your question about not quite having a choice, as it relates to the
Can you make sure your
wastewater-
mic is on? Okay, or pull your mic closer. I don't think everyone can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. To your question about not having a choice, the wastewater bond program is the largest bond program that we have. It's $2.7 billion outstanding. And just for some backgrounds to give you some context, the wastewater bond program has a bond resolution that is a legal agreement with the city and its bondholders. It establishes the framework to issue the bonds, as well as the repayment of the bonds. It also specifies the rights and the remedies the bondholder has if the city defaults on the bonds. So there are various covenants, but there's two covenants that I want to highlight to you. One of the covenants is that the city is required to establish rates and charges each year in its budget, where the net revenues, and net revenues is revenues less operating expenses, equal at least 110% of actual debt service. So that's 1.1 times of debt service. And that is what is known as the debt service coverage ratio. The city also has to prepare and adopt a budget for the SEM fund that includes rates and charges that will comply with all its covenants in this bond resolution, including what I just mentioned as a debt service coverage ratio. If the city does not establish the rates to meet this requirement, it could lead to an event of default. And this is where the bondholders has a right to come into the city, and if you're in an event of default, the bondholders have a right to accelerate the bonds, meaning the bondholders can demand you to pay all the bonds all at once immediately, and that's $2.7 billion. I also want to note, kind of give you a background of the last 3 years. So the last rate increase was in 2021, and so each year we have auditors calculate our debt service coverage. So for the last 3 audited years, our ratio has declined. In 2021, it was 2.28 times. In 2022, it was 2.19 times. In 2023, it was 1.67 times. I think we can reasonably expect that for the 2024 debt service coverage ratio, we will meet the requirement, but I worry that in fiscal 25, we may not meet it. I believe, if Sarai could correct me if I'm wrong, that our rate model, without this rate increase, will show that we will not meet that coverage, and will put us in jeopardy of default, and the bondholders can come in and demand that all their bonds are repaid immediately. Moving away from the bond resolution and our requirements, as you know, we have bond ratings where it measures the financial health of the city, including this enterprise fund. 2 years ago, S&P Ratings put the LA wastewater bond rating on negative outlook, citing concerns over environmental, social, and governance risk relating to the 2021 Hyperion spill and the rate structure litigation known as the Hoffman case. Typically, for a rating agency, when they put you on negative outlook, they give you 2 years to kind of correct. And at that 2-year mark, they must take a rating action to determine if they want to downgrade you. At the end of this month, we have a meeting with S&P where they have to take a rating action. We have largely alleviated the concerns regarding the Hyperion spill as well as the Hoffman case. However, now their primary concern is that their primary concern is the lack of a approved rate plan. They were very understanding during the pandemic that we couldn't raise rates. The pandemic has passed, and there's an expectation for the city to raise its rates. I want to read 3 quotes that S&P wrote in their report to the city. We believe the timely adoption of a revised rate plan will be critical to the agency achieving forecast operating costs, increases, and rising debt service associated with its upcoming capital plan. A failure to do so would put downward pressure on the ratings. We also believe that any reluctance or inability to raise rates could result in erosion of financial margins and liquidity, and in turn diminish credit quality. Future considerations for the outlook and rating will include the agency's need for a multi-year rate plan to support its capital plan. So it's the entire investment community is looking at the city to raise its rates to maintain its rating and to maintain its capital programs, its operations. I'll just end it there.
Okay, well, I appreciate you daylighting that. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, appreciate it. Obviously, this is all kind of fresh off the presses, and it's going to require a much deeper dive by this council before there's anything that is just automatically accepted. And so there's a lot of considerations to make, given just the economic impacts that everyone is suffering through. So again, I appreciate the question, but at the same time, recognizing that there's a much deeper conversation that needs to take place.
Right. The question was just because it is assumed, but the E&E committee is taking this up next week, and obviously this needs to, nothing actually happens on this. This is a process that we have to go through.
No, I understand, but it's also that, again, the fact that it was assumed and the fact that it was done so in advance of like really deliberate considerations is something that we need to also, this isn't the tail wagging the dog. We need to have some really, the policy conversations happen with this council, and it's not driven from any other place, and it's not automatically given without council adoption. There's a charter that actually informs this process. And so I just want to make clear that wherever this is being driven from, that it's not going to be jammed through absent a very deliberative conversation so that we can fully understand the implications of all the decisions that we're making. This is not, the charter is written that way for a reason.
Great. Well, again, daylighted the issue. We've got E&E having a hearing on Friday, and it's an important part of this budget for us to understand as well. So thank you for the explanation. Are there any other questions or comments for sanitation? Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here and the good work that you do.
Thank you. So, Mr. Blumenfield, I had a couple of budget memos that I neglected to request that I'd like to read.
Sure. Why don't you put them forward now?
Terrific.
Did you want to?
Okay, yes. For the Board of Public Works, I'd like to request a budget memo on the scope of work for the Homeless Services and General Fund accounting support positions and an analysis of whether or not these positions should exist in Public Works or in another department. Okay. For Bureau of Street Services, I would like to request a budget memo on the deployment of the Hollywood Walk of Fame dedicated enforcement program and the feasibility of including these positions in a citywide enforcement program.
Okay, without objection.
Thank you.
And Mr. Hafstadson, do you have something? No? Okay. All right, then we're all ready to move on to the next department, which is Bureau of Engineering. So I want to bring BOE up. So you guys are getting ready. Thank you for the hard work that you do. You help meet our decarb goals and ensuring all the projects that we have come in on time and on budget. With that said, let's be very clear about the challenges that are facing this department. In collaboration with others, this department ensures that the majority of the built environment meets ADA standards and provides access for all Angelinos. Today we're going to discuss some of the ideas that the Bureau is proposing, including cost recovery and position reauthorization. Now that your team is settled, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. Ted Allen, City Engineer, here to give the presentation for Bureau of Engineering, and we have our exec team here if they're needed for questions as well. I'll start with a quick overview of where we're at with the Bureau of Engineering and our requests, and then happy to answer any questions as best as I can. We're primarily a project delivery organization, as you're aware, delivering public infrastructure, mainly in the public right-of-way, but also on private property for parks and other clients. We also issue tens of thousands of permits in the public right-of-way. Our budget letter highlights some of our accomplishments, priorities, and concerns for the coming year. Overall, the Bureau of Engineering is very strong. I'm very proud of our dedicated staff who manage extraordinarily complex projects and serve the public with a high degree of professionalism and excellence. My top priority as city engineer, as you all know, has been to support and develop our workforce. Like many departments, much of our executive team you see here are, getting closer to the end of our careers than the beginning, and we want to have the rest ready to take our place and prepared. And we want to give a special thanks to the mayor's office and to this council that have supported in the last year some funds to start training. Very happy to report we did kick off a leadership training with all of our management team this year, and we're very proud of that. One of the greatest pressures that we're facing right now is the size of our project portfolio. We're currently over $4.5 billion in projects, which is a historic high as far as since I've been running the numbers, which has been at least 15 years back. And to put that into perspective, if we're able to deliver $500 million a year in projects, which historically is a pretty good number for us, that's 9 years worth of capital projects on our plate right now without anything being added in the future. So that's a big challenge. One of my things I've been emphasizing with our division managers is to work with their appropriate oversight committees to prioritize projects, because what we've been seeing recently is with this large portfolio, we've unfortunately not been always on schedule and on budget because there's just too much. And so we really want to focus on what are the high priority projects and consciously, push out the schedules for some of the others instead of just, taking on too much and hoping for the best, essentially. The proposed budget spreads the impact of the cuts to the Bureau across most of our divisions. It does a pretty good job of, not overly impacting one area and kind of spreading them around. As you have all discussed this week, this coming fiscal year will be a challenge for the city, not just for the Bureau of Engineering. We understand that. We appreciate the hard work that went into this proposed budget by the mayor's team and the CAO's team, and the challenges that they're grappling with and we're all grappling with. The proposed budget attempts to strike a balance between reducing spending and maintaining core services. At engineering, the budget would cut 96 positions, which is about 10% of our workforce, of our authorized positions. Of those 96, half of them have been vacant for less than 6 months and 2/3 for under 1 year. And that's not to say anything was done wrong, and because we understand that cuts are needed, but it is to say, as has been discussed today, that sometimes maybe moving some of those cuts around would serve the organization better. And so our budget letter does outline some proposed tweaks to those cuts. Our top priority out of those is to restore the deputy city engineer, but to restore it as a chief financial officer. We go into detail in the letter, and unless you want me to go into more detail, I won't go into all the detail here, but it's essentially to oversee a restructuring to deal with the number of complex funding sources that we now have in the Bureau of Engineering, and to better manage in one place all of the billings and management for those. We also do suggest some restorations of revenue-generating positions with revenue, and some other special and general funded positions with offsets or cost absorption to go along with those to make it general fund neutral. And we do also propose cutting some resolution authorities instead of regular authorities where possible. And we single out the environmental management group as a group that we would like to find alternatives for and not cut that group due to their small size and to the fact that they impact all of the Bureau of Engineering and many other city departments as well. In closing, I would like to say that one way that we can minimize the impact of these cuts that we're undergoing, if at all possible, is to either eliminate or greatly streamline the PCH process for those positions that remain, because the reason we had these vacancies is not that we weren't trying to fill them, we're trying very hard, but we also have people leaving all the time, we have people promoting all the time. So if we make these cuts and we also don't allow ourselves to work very hard to fill the remaining vacancies, we're going to fall much further behind, and the impact will be much more than the cuts that we see on the table. And so with that, I'll turn it over back to you.
Great, thanks. First, just a bit of housekeeping for folks. After BOE, we're going to take a 15-minute break. I've got some food for all the members and staff in the back. So just to telegraph to other departments, if you're waiting on deck after this department, we're going to have a 15-minute break just to stretch and have a bite to eat. Ms. Rodriguez, I'll let you start with the questions, but just you outlined a lot of those concerns, so we'll get report backs from the BOE and CAO on all of those positions that you talked about in your letter that can be done without general fund impact. And Ms. Rodriguez, go ahead if you want to lead off.
I think you just covered it.
Oh.
I think you just covered it, but I want to take a moment to thank you, Ted, and the whole team. First off, that if there's one thing that I've always admired about what BOE I think does well, is the succession planning and how you all have really prepared to make sure, yes, because we're all aging, and we all deserve our time to finally retire at some point in our lives. But you guys really do a great job of helping to build and build out that succession planning, which is so important because that's so critical to making sure that we don't miss a beat when it comes to delivering projects. And so I want to thank you for that. But I also want to thank you for the fact that you really, I know, when we spoke and we were kind of reflecting on the budget, shifts and things that you recognize that every department is having to go through this exercise, you all were very intentional about making sure, like, okay, how can we make sure that we're maximizing our output, readjusting perhaps this position for this role. And so thank you for that, because that's exactly the way we need, every general manager, every department really needs to be reflecting on this, is what, again, figuring out how we shift, how we do it a little bit differently, and how we get more with less. And if there's one thing that you guys have always been very adaptive to do, it's that. So I just, since he already got your budget memo on that, I want to say thank you to your whole team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got some additional. Do you have a question? Okay, got a number of questions. Getting into the environment climate, your department is in the process of updating all buildings that we own, removing gas ovens, HVACs, working with LADWP, to put solar and battery resources on our sites. Eventually, we'll be fully powered by renewable energy, solar, wind. What challenges do you foresee for this council in getting our city to be emissions-free? And ultimately, I'm going to want to get a report back from BOE on the staffing needs to effectuate the decarb master plan.
Well, I'll start, and then I'll turn it over to Chief Deputy City Engineer Deborah Weintraub to see if she wants to add anything. But I think the biggest challenge is funding, right, as with most things. And so finding the money to do that work and the right timing to do the work and whatnot. And I do know that our team is working on 2 different report backs right now. I think the council file numbers are 21-0683 and 21-1039. So we will be reporting back on those. But if there's additional information desired also, we'd be happy to do that. And Deborah, I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add.
Yes, Council Member, I think the challenge is going to be identifying the funding. We will be bringing back to Council, hopefully within a month or 2, a report on a work plan for the decarbonization of existing city buildings.
Okay. Great. And following up on that, you recently upgraded one of our asphalt plants. Have you looked into whether or not the city could swap out natural gas and instead electrify the heating process or use hydrogen instead? I won't ask you to answer that now, but ask for a special study to move forward to report back from BOE and BSS with respect to a no-emission renewable energy source in order to remove natural gas from the asphalt making process. That would take us a long way on our climate goals.
All right.
Moving on to the public rights of way. Where is BOE on the updating the city's street design standards and related matters, including the report back to the Council File 22-1476, which was a motion that Councilwoman Rahman and I co-presented regarding street widening?
Yeah, so starting with the second part first, I know we're very far along, we're close to final draft on the report back. It kind of took a little bit of a backseat as to all of the HLA discussions for a little while and figuring out that implementation, but we've been working on that. We expect to be back to council within the coming few months on that report back. The first part of the question, sorry, just went out of my head. The standards and so we were very happy to see there's actually 2 positions added in the new budget, which were very hard to come by towards developing street design standards and standard plans. So we're very thankful for that. We do have a task order underway right now to help with consultant services to upgrade our street design manual, which will be very, very helpful. The existing manual is long needed to be replaced. It's about as old as I am, and it's very car-centric. It's not multimodal at all. And so, the manual, the staffing will help. We were hoping to get some contractual services for that. We understand money's very tight. If there's any way to scrape out a couple of $100,000 to keep it going would be helpful, but if not, we will use the existing funding we have to get through the next year and then hope for some funding next year.
Okay. Different topic. Streets LA suggested they convert the crews during the Willits work over to the resurfacing related curb ramps. If they return the workload to BOE, are you equipped to deliver the required sidewalk work? If you contract it out, does that mean that BCA's inspection work does that increase the BCA's inspection workload and accounting workload? And then if the plan is to contract out the work, we want to get a report back on any positions that you would need in order to administer that.
I think within the Bureau of Engineering, we would not need additional positions because we could use the positions that were added last year towards, acceleration and using less consultants. And since it's less of acceleration now, we could pivot to, it's a more detailed design we have to do when we bid it out versus giving it to the street services crews. But we can certainly do that. I do think the impact will be more for the Bureau of Contract Administration because, not that there's not an impact for us, phasing it in there will be, but as far as staffing levels go, Bureau of Contract Administration would need to inspect these, whereas with Streets LA, I don't think they're inspecting their work, so I do think there will be an impact for them.
Okay. What is your backlog of fully or partially granted fund programs? Does the budget, including the CTIEP, affect these projects or potentially jeopardize grant funding? I'm especially interested in things like the LA River segments 1 and 2.
Yeah, starting with the LA River, so I think we have the plans ready to go to bid this summer. I think we have enough money now to award the project if the city is willing to award, knowing that approximately $17 million would be needed in future funding. So we don't necessarily have to have it in this budget, but it would be, a decision for the board to make as far as whether they're willing to award that project with that shortfall because it will commit the city to the future, but that has been done since the city budgets year by year. That happens from time to time. With regard to the rest of the grant projects, I mentioned we have a $4.6 billion portfolio. Not all of that is grant projects, but almost half of it are in programs that have a significant amount of grant funding. I don't know the exact dollar amount, but I would guess it's got to be at least close to $1 billion, because we have about $500 million just in Measure W alone. So part of that prioritization process that I mentioned and working with oversight committees in my mind would be prioritizing those projects. Like we have affordable housing, sustainable communities, which the budget did add some positions for those. Those are some of the most critical near deadlines, and prioritizing those and looking at all the deadlines of the individual projects and pushing out the ones that don't have near-term deadlines to minimize the risk. But certainly it's a challenge. It was a challenge even without cuts, to be honest, and we were needing to do some scheduling even before the cuts, and so we will just work with the oversight committees to minimize those. We do see some cuts that were mentioned in our memo to say Measure W and others where we think they can be grant funded and maybe restored without a general fund impact, so that will be part of the report back that was requested.
Great, thank you. Some additional questions, but Mr. McCosker.
Thank you very much. Actually, just for clarification, did we already address through a budget memo or something else the deputy city engineer position that you want to repurpose to CFO? Is that already requested? Because
you clarify, because we did a general one because they asked for a number of positions that were all swaps of some sort. So I just did basically asked for all of their positions that are on that letter for report backs for non-general funds.
I just want to highlight it. Given that $4.6 billion coming from different funding sources, it'd be really important to make sure that we have probably a non-engineer, by the way, sorting through all those funding sources.
Not that we don't trust the engineers.
Yeah, no insult.
I'm an engineer and I agree with you. That's why we're pushing
repurposing that, making sure it has minimal effect on the general fund, without creating a new classification, and be faster and quicker, and partial year funding, 6 months probably, could also reduce that impact on the general fund this year. Hoping it'd be minimal to zero, certainly zero this year, but zero the following year as well.
Right, yes, we can do that for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got two other relatively quick questions. Recently, in better years, we provided funds for the sidewalk repair program above and beyond our Willits obligation. Does this budget provide our minimum Willits obligation? How much above that minimum is in this budget?
My understanding is that it does cover the minimum. I don't think it goes much beyond the minimum, if I'm understanding it correctly, but I think it does meet our minimum commitment.
Okay, and we're shifting sidewalk resources to ensure ADA compliance with the current work? I just want to make sure that that's eyes wide open. Is that what we're doing to some extent?
For the Bureau of Engineering, I don't see a shift in what we're doing as much as the manner that we'll be doing it. We'll continue to focus on access barriers, removing barriers reported under the mobility impaired community. And so, but we will be doing it more with contractors and less with Streets LA, it appears.
Okay. And then Councilwoman Yaroslavsky wanted to ask, the department usually receives $1 million in CTIEP per year for soil abatement. Without this line item, can any soil abatement occur?
The way these sites work, I believe we have about 6 sites currently going, and they're usually multi-year, and you just keep going until it's clean, essentially. We do believe these sites need to go through the next year and maybe beyond. I think with current funding, it can get us a little ways into next fiscal year, but not all the way through. And so I think, that's something that will need to be solved to find the additional funding to get us through the rest of the year.
All right, so we'll get a report back on that as well, what that would take. Colleagues, any additional comments or questions? No? Okay, well, then, thank you very much. All right. As I mentioned before, we're going to take a 15-minute stretch or recess for 15 minutes until 10 minutes to 1. For members and staff, we have some food in the back. And we stand in a short recess.
budget continues our momentum toward change by prioritizing city services, core city services, but using this as an opportunity as a reset.
Every day, over 100 Americans die from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke in children can cause asthma, ear infections, and increased risk of sudden infant death syndrome. Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
Mayor Karen Bass announced that the city will provide resources to support workers who are going to be impacted by the closure of 99 cents only stores in LA. The commerce-based chain announced it would close all 371 of its stores, which operate across 4 states with 30 locations within the city of LA. In response to the closures, the Economic and Workforce Development Department, EWDD, has already activated its Rapid Response Team. The Rapid Response Team will share resources with 99 cents only city store employees and will coordinate with LA County so all employees get support. In addition, EWDD will offer daily virtual presentations to help workers access available resources. For more information, go to ewdd.lacity.gov. The Department of Cultural Affairs, DCA, is accepting applications from poets, spoken word artists, and/or songwriters to take part in a cultural Olympiad program. Candidates should have recent works, published or unpublished, that address sports, cultural inclusion, and/or shared values between France and the U.S. 48 artists representing the best writers from LA will be offered a commission to create a new work on the theme of art and sport. 7 selected writers will then travel to Paris for public activities, culminating in a performance of their best work, which will also be live streamed to LA. DCA's Paris 2024 Cultural Olympiad Sport and Poetry Program requests online applications with a resume and work samples by Thursday, May 9th, 2024. For more information, visit culture.lacity.gov. The Port of Los Angeles is now accepting applications for their Community Grants program. The grants are provided by the Harbor Revenue Fund, which is self-supported from shipping and lease revenue without taxpayer money. Some programs funded via the grants include art walks, holiday celebrations, educational programs, and at-risk youth events. Grant categories are divided into general grants under $100,000 and large grants over $100,000 with applications due by May 6, 2024. Last year, 37 local nonprofits received $1.5 million in funding under the grant program, including the Boys and Girls Club and the LA Maritime Institute. For more information on how to apply, click the Grants tab at portoflosangeles.org/community.
Over 4,000 choking-related deaths occur each year, with the very young and the elderly being the most at-risk groups. The key to helping someone survive a choking incident is being able to immediately recognize the signs they are in trouble. These are the most common signs someone is choking. One or both of their hands clutched to the throat. Look of panic, shock, or confusion. Inability to talk or cough. Color changing to blue or gray. If the person can cough forcefully, encourage them to keep coughing. If the person cannot cough or talk, you need to quickly take action and perform abdominal thrusts. For an adult, stand behind the person with one foot slightly in front of the other for balance. Wrap your arms around the waist and tip the person forward slightly. Make a fist and put it just above the person's navel. Grasp your fist with your other hand and press it into their stomach with a quick upward thrust, as if you're trying to lift the person up. Give 5 abdominal thrusts, then check if the blockage is cleared. If it is not cleared, repeat as needed. If the person is pregnant or you cannot get your arms around their stomach, give chest thrust instead. Put your hands at the base of the breastbone. Press hard into the chest with a quick thrust. Perform 5 thrusts and check if the blockage is cleared. If the person becomes unconscious, you will need to begin CPR and contact 911.
Your Los Angeles City Council.
Here's what's happening in LA this week.
This is LA Currents.
started, we need to reestablish a quorum. So if we could unrecess this meeting and officially start, if you could call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Present.
Harris Dawson.
Here.
McOsker.
Here.
Rodriguez. 4 members present and a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Great. Okay, colleagues, before we move on with departments, you all should have received the budget memo that we've had so far. It's already growing a bit hefty. But if folks could look at it, and if there's any changes, suggestions, edits, it would be a good time to raise them. It doesn't lock it in. If something changes as we move forward tomorrow, you can always request a change, but we want to get the departments' a jump on these things. That's why we want to get them approved by this body so that departments that have already gone can start on those memos, because we are on a very tight schedule. So, colleagues, I'm going to go around. Is there any comments or changes to any of the budget memos that have been proposed so far? Ms. Rodriguez, to start.
Yes, on Budget Impact Memo 113, I want to clarify, I wanted to make some edits to how it's written. Report on the community safety partnerships, discuss the process for determining whether an area is a good candidate for CSP, identify the measurable outcome used to assess the program, the types of youth programming that the department provides within CSPs, and their authorization process, the overtime requirements associated with the implementation of said youth programs, and the extent to which HACLA has contributed funding. Discuss the long-term plan for integrating CSPs into regular deployment, and analyze how CSP structures can be stood up considering the limitations in SWOR personnel staffing.
Okay, seeing no objection to those changes, and our CLAs heard those as well. I know you guys are still finishing. We're good?
Got it?
Okay.
I've got one more, but.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
And say which department it is so we can follow along more easily.
That's LAPD.
Okay.
Okay. For Special Study 171, I would like to change the instruction to read as follows. Report on a cost analysis.
This is fire.
Right. Report on a cost analysis of utilizing the aid of fire departments from other municipalities to service the hillside areas in Los Angeles, and recommendations of resources needed for LAFD to effectively service these areas. That was, I believe, Councilwoman Hernandez, or was that her? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, without objection?
Thank you.
Colleagues, Mr. McCosker, you have one?
We reviewed ours, made a couple of small edits this morning early, but I did have one that I missed earlier that I'd like to read in a new one.
Okay.
Thank you very much. This is probably for BSS. So, and this is going to be a little bit of sleuthing too. We have some communications in our office that I inherited that the port had committed to transfer $2 million to BSS to resurface streets in Wilmington related to damages caused by cargo movement in and around the port. Is there a list of those roadway segments? Do we have a cost estimate or updated cost estimates at this point? Is there any funding that was transmitted and spent? And if not, when will it be spent? When will it be submitted by the port? I just want a memo on that.
Okay. Without objection, obviously, if you can give them a written copy, that'll make it easier for them.
For BSS.
Yep.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any other comments or questions? Nope. Okay, then let's move to the next department, which is. Check my book. Contract administration. Well, come on up. Can I have that contract administration? Welcome, Mr. Reamer. Appreciate all that you do. And no worries. Anyway, you're welcome to start. You know, you've GSD. Well, you've done a lot of different places, and we really appreciate that all that you do. So why don't you go ahead and get started with an overview.
Well, first of all, I just want to soak in the moment. I'm seeing some lovely people, faces that I haven't seen in a while as I look around, and it's good to be here. And I know you've had many departments come before you, all doing their best and bringing their best. And I want to just, first of all, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Blumenfield, and to the committee members. I'm John L. Reamer, Jr., your Inspector of Public Works and the Director of the Bureau of Contract Administration. To my right, I have Raul Mendoza, our Assistant General Manager, and to my left, Angelica Samaoa, our Chief Management Analyst. On behalf of the men and women of the Bureau of Contract Administration, I want to thank Mayor Bass and her office for her leadership throughout this process. We all know the journey that we've been on as a city family, so this is not easy for anyone. And to Matt, who's around somewhere listening, I'm sure, but to the CAO and his staff, to the team that they allowed to work with the Bureau of Contract Administration, I want to say thank you very much. I have to be careful doing that sometimes, because if you thank them too much, then they might bring somebody else in because they think they've done too great of a job, but they've done a wonderful job, and I just want to acknowledge that. In the midst of the economic challenge that we face, I also want to thank you for this opportunity to communicate our acceptance of this fiscal year 24-25 budget. We commit to serving the citizens of this city with the passion and the professionalism that they deserve. The Bureau of Contract Administration, we serve as your eyes and ears as it relates to maintaining a transparent and consistent contracting environment. We want to make sure that it's done well, that it's done right, and that it's done fairly, that everyone has an opportunity to participate. And I have to pause and thank the men and women of the Bureau of Contract Administration, the BCA, for the phenomenal job that they do going out into the community, working all hours of the day, quite frankly, throughout the week, to make sure that things are done safely and they're done timely. And we embrace the notion that we like to make lives better as we make things better. So it's not just about building stuff, but it's about making the environment that we find ourselves better. We use 3 words to identify who we are and what we do: quality, compliance, and opportunity. They frame the service that we provide, be it inspection or compliance, and they also frame the letter that I submitted to you. Our letter proposed 2 recommendations for consideration that we believe will not only help our service, but quite frankly, help the economic conditions that the city finds itself in. The first being vacant positions that are fully funded by proprietary departments. We identified 7 that provide services to the LA World Airports, 5 of which are for inspection, other 2 for wage enforcement, both of which are fully covered by the proprietary department. I'm sure they would attest to that, and we believe that there would be absolutely no impact to the general fund. The other is a filled position that was deleted. This position, however, is fully funded. It serves with our efforts to address payments as we're transitioning from a manual to an electronic process. And once again, because it's under a special fund that I believe is fairly healthy, it should not have any impact to the general fund. So with that said, I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you. And just on a personal note, I want to thank you and the Office of Wage Standards for your support in enacting the Freelance Workers Protection Ordinance. We worked very closely with you on that, and that's, game-changing in many different ways, so thank you. You've very wisely put together some in your letter, some potential restorations that would not impact the budget, and so we want to have budget letters on those, budget impact on your request to restore the 7 positions for the proprietary department, inspections and compliance, to make sure there's no general fund impact. Same thing with your letter to restore the analyst position, to see whether it can be SCM fee or some other fee. So with that, colleagues, anyone want to start off? You solve too many things all up front. Question though, if the Willits sidewalk work performed by Streets LA is instead contracted out to BOE, I'm trying to understand what that's going to mean, and maybe we get a report back and you guys can be part of that regarding any additional positions needed to issue and administer the additional contracted sidewalk work, including in the Bureau of Contract Administration.
Yes, I want to thank Mayor Bass. She saw the need to address both sidewalk and access ramp issues in our community. We did receive in our budget positions for access acceleration, thinking that it probably was going to be work that was going to be handled with Streets LA. And not knowing the amount that may be moved over to BOE, we would like to be able to report back, because if it's larger than what we had anticipated, there is a position that we did lose, a supervising position for inspection, that we would want to have that considered as part of this potential work.
Okay, so we'll be part of the report back. And tell me a little bit about the contractor payment processing unit. What is that going to accomplish?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to that. I know you have been a champion to make sure that businesses are paid timely. And quite honestly, we in the Bureau of Contract Administration, on average over the past 5 years, we've processed in the neighborhood of 3,500 payments a month, trying to make sure that our contractors are compensated fairly and then timely. I like to use the funnel analogy in the sense that there are a number of payments that are going to our Office of Accounting and the Board of Public Works, not just construction related, personal services, a number. You mentioned the community-based organizations. Our request was, and I love the council member using the term MacGyver here, our thought was, we start the payment process for construction-related process. Why not let us make those payments? And no disrespect at all to the Office of Accounting, but to relieve the burden from them so they can go faster. And ours is for our small businesses, because we created community level contracting. We've been using it successfully on our sidewalk program. But those small businesses, they really can't afford to wait. Our goal, dare I say this on record, is to make those payments within 15 days. 30 days is a requirement per the state of California Labor Code. Make sure, business profession, making sure that contractors are paid within 30 days. So we have been given in the budget an opportunity to do that. We received 6 positions that, once again, thinking outside of the box, no disrespect to the profession of accountant, but we're going to use accounting clerks, which will also provide us an opportunity to access the Bridge to Jobs portal to bring on individuals to assist us in this effort. We're excited about this opportunity. We will still be partnering with the Office of Accounting. That definitely is going to happen. But we believe with our having this added responsibility, it will make both worlds move much more efficiently and streamline getting payments to our contractors.
That's great, and we're thrilled about that, and it's much needed, and appreciate the creativity. Colleagues, any additional comments, questions? No? Well then, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, next we're going to move to General Services. Oh, sorry, no, we're moving to DOT. I forgot about the change there. Department of Transportation is next. Want to mention welcome our General Manager, Laura Conejo. Before you start, I just want to frame a few things. Yesterday, we spent a lot of time on the LAPD, LAFD budgets focused on public safety. But as we all know, public safety is broader than just crime and emergencies. Last year, 336 people died from traffic violence in Los Angeles, more than the number of homicides. Most of the people who died were walking and biking. In that way, DOT plays a huge role in public safety. And I have concerns about the proposed budget and whether it adequately acknowledges the need for our safer streets, a need that we also have to address by voter mandate because of Measure HLA. So just wanted to throw that out there as a frame. Appreciate you being here. Why don't we just let you get started with a brief presentation, and then we'll jump into questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. It is a privilege to be here with you today to present my first budget proposal as a General Manager of the Los Angeles Department of Transportation. Prior to my confirmation hearing and shortly thereafter, I met with every single council member in order to better understand your priorities, to get a sense of where LADOT was thriving and where our services were not yet meeting your expectations. DOT's 24-25 budget request was developed to address the goals I heard universally in almost every single one of those conversations. Accelerating the pace of project delivery, ensuring community engagement was not sacrificed. I heard a sense of urgency to make our streets safer and the need to improve response times for core services, including field and parking enforcement services. The hard reality is that LA DOT cannot maintain current levels of service or maintain the current pace of project delivery, never mind accelerate or add to our workload with the budget in front of you today. I recognize the financial realities we face and understand the need to revisit how my department delivers transportation services while not sacrificing outreach, equity, or fundamental transit services that so many Angelenos rely on. To this end, I am currently undertaking a core services review, recognizing that we must pivot and rethink not only how we deliver transportation services, but what we are able to deliver. The proposed budget eliminates 26 filled positions, including traffic signal repair and maintenance positions, active transportation, and traffic safety positions, and even one filled assistant general manager position who is tasked with overseeing the department's community stakeholder engagement, city council coordination, press requests, and other key external communication efforts. In addition, the budget identifies 64 safety and revenue generating positions to be eliminated, including 57 parking enforcement traffic control officers. These eliminations will impact service levels. The residential speed hump program is poised to be funded at $715,000. This reflects a $1.2 million reduction. We know that speed humps are a proven tool to improving street safety. The funding reduction will inevitably impact our ability to deliver on that commitment of safer streets. The paint and sign program is looking at a $2.5 million reduction. This is funding that supports fundamental services such as the installation of red curbs, stop signs, traffic signals, all key to ensuring that our streets operate efficiently and safely. And if I may be so bold, I'd like to focus on a few new requests that support our capacity to deliver on projects. In 2023, traffic-related fatalities exceeded 330 people. 2024 fatalities are following a very similar trend. Relaxing on our efforts to deliver on infrastructure that make our streets safer would seem non-negotiable. Safety will remain my top priority, but my project teams are simultaneously being tasked with delivering on a number of other existing city priorities, including active transportation and bus speed reliability, as well as new efforts, such as the upcoming Olympic and Paralympic Games, meeting our $183 million 3% Measure M obligation, and HLA compliance. Simply put, we cannot continue to deliver transportation projects and add these additional efforts without either more staff capacity or making difficult decisions about what is no longer prioritized. The proposed budget provides a few engineering positions for which I am extremely grateful, but it also imposes a net loss in planning and community engagement. And let me emphasize that these are critical positions, critical front-end positions that allow us to deliver projects that meet our safety goals as well as community's vision for safer streets. Lastly, I welcome the opportunity to address budget requests aimed at providing higher quality, more equitable field and parking enforcement services. I know this is a tight year, and it will be difficult to address all of these concerns. I am prepared to prioritize these requests and identify potential offsets. But let me be clear that these are requests that are critical to maintaining the department's current service levels. I thank you for the opportunity to address any questions, and as you can see, I'm joined here by my executive team. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Rodriguez would like to lead off, so go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Laura. I'm going to be very quick because I apologize. no disrespect, but I have to run. The 25 traffic officer positions and the 2 senior traffic supervisors that are being requested, that are being requested are revenue generating, that's correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what would we be losing in terms of dollars if we didn't hire?
Well, let me provide a little bit of what traffic officer general or parking enforcement generally generates in revenue. And I'll ask AGM Kevin Min to chime in if I miss something. Pre-pandemic, our parking enforcement traffic control officers spent their time approximately 70% on parking enforcement, 30% on other programmatic areas. At that time, about $130 million was being generated per year. More recently, the time has been split 50-50, 50% parking enforcement, 50% programmatic areas. The most recent estimates we have generate about $106 million per year. As programmatic requests have increased over time, our staffing levels have decreased, which mean that our officers are pulled further and further away from parking enforcement activities and more towards programmatic service efforts. So the request to not just preserve the 57 vacant positions, but to add 25 that would be focused on South and Valley districts would really allow us to better meet the service demands that we are currently experiencing and be able to go back to pre-COVID levels where our time was split 50-50.
Okay. I'd like to request a budget memo from DOT that identifies the minimum number of traffic officers necessary to ensure the level of service in the Valley and South divisions matches the rest of the city, and identifies funding or swap options for filling those positions. And then just for me, lastly, first last mile, a very important part, given especially that we've got a number of the transit investments that are coming in, particularly a lot of extensions in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, of course, included. I'd like to request a budget memo that reviews the options for restoring the policy and planning positions for the first last mile, because as I understand that's actually covered through Measure M, correct?
Correct.
Right, so we need to make sure that those are, I'd like to get a budget memo on that as well. Thank you.
Okay, and just a follow-up on actually both of those. On the first last mile, we have an obligation or we have to turn back or we have to pay 3% to Metro, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct. We either provide $183 million worth of projects or we essentially cut a check to Metro and they deliver those projects.
And how do you determine whether we've met that obligation?
There are ongoing conversations at the moment to refine that agreement between us and Metro. Typically, the amount is determined at a 30% design level, and that is kind of like the point at which the 3% is calculated.
Right. And obviously, so it's an important report back. We want to make sure, obviously, we all want to make sure we're not writing the check. We're actually, I mean, unless that's our intent. In certain cases, it could be, but generally speaking, we want the work to get done. And so that's what the study is going to do. And then you were asking for the budget impact of the traffic officers, but is that including also the parking meter technicians? It's all part of the same request? Is that, I didn't hear that, so I just want to clarify. So okay. That request is for both of that to get the impacts and to see if, especially if there can be non-general fund ways to offset that. I have other questions, but I want to keep it moving. Mr. Harris-Dawson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. And I want to thank Councilmember Rodriguez for her budget memo request on this item. Just a quick, 2 clarifying questions, which everybody else may know, and please excuse my ignorance. Of the $130 million that you said, is that the amount that's assessed, or is that the amount that's collected?
I will defer to Kevin Min.
Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon, council members. That's the total amount collected from all revenues, net revenues. So minus. Sorry.
And so, what's the relationship between the amount we assess and the amount we collect?
That is a good question. Do you have that, Chief Hill?
Good afternoon. Brian Hill, Chief of Parking Enforcement and Traffic Control. Of the amounts that are collected through the fine revenue, portions are sent to the state. About 12% is the portion that the state receives of the fine revenue. A portion, of
We have to
course,
pay the state when we give someone a parking ticket?
they receive a portion of our fine revenue, yes, that is collected.
Seems like
As
a
well
good
as
ballot
our
initiative. Go ahead,
processing
sorry.
contractor, Conduit.
The contractor that processes the ticket, right. But I guess I'm trying to get at what portion of the tickets aren't paid at all.
That figure has varied in terms of uncollectible amounts, as high as 20%.
20%? Okay.
Yes.
So when we add parking enforcement folks, we know that if they give out theoretically $100 in tickets, minus the 20%, minus the 12%, I don't even know what that is, to the state, I'm going to have to come to you and meet with you and get an explanation for that one. Really what we collect is about somewhere between 60 and 70% of that.
Yeah, what we provided, or I should say Conduit has provided us, is the average revenue that ultimately is generated per traffic officer.
Oh, so we have that data.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
and
currently it's approximately $191,000
per
traffic
parking
officer
enforcement.
each
And does
year.
that matter where they are? Or is that just
That's
the
overall
average? That's
for
the average across the board? Because I know we're talking about adding to specific locations, which I support. I'm just curious about the math, and I want to make sure it's mathing. The second question is very basic. So you said parking enforcement and other program activities. What are the main other program activities?
So in addition to parking enforcement, the other core service where we're seeing a reduction is in field services. So in addition to the positions that are slated to be eliminated, both filled and vacant, there's also a reduction in funding to the field services crews, which provide those services and support us.
And what is that? How does that look? What are they doing?
Yeah, so there's a reduction in $2.5 million.
No, I'm not asking about the reductions. You said some of it is parking enforcement, and then there are other program-related
I'm sorry. I'm
things.
conflating. My apologies.
Sorry, I want to know. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
the parking
rightly
enforcement-
focused on the reductions. I'm with you on that. I just want to know what the other program activities are.
So Inside Safe, Care Plus, the RV dwellings. I'll look to Chief Hale to see if there are any other key programmatic services that they are tasked with.
Yeah, service calls from the public, which include calls, blocked driveways, double parking, red zones. We support police and fire as well.
So you might give a ticket on those other activities, but it isn't you don't consider that parking enforcement per se.
A ticket will be generated oftentimes, but it's in response to a service call.
As opposed to just your regular
patrol.
And on the homelessness related things, the Inside Safe, the Care Plus, all that, where I do see you all out there. How much of it would you say is that work?
I would have to do some research and get back to you.
Councilman, we're happy to report back in a memo with that level of detail.
I would love a report back on that, because that's one of those places where we might be making an investment in reducing homelessness that we're not counting. And so we just need to be able to let the public know that that's happening, especially as it relates to parking enforcement, because that's not a service you think of when you think of homelessness, but you are exactly right. Every time we have an operation, there's multiple cars. They're sometimes giving tickets, sometimes not, but they're always there. So thank you. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. McCosker.
I know that our colleague asked for a budget memo on sort of the optimal size of the parking enforcement team, and was referring to the 25 additions, but I'd like to really just focus on the 57 traffic officers eliminated and the 7 parking meter technicians. and which are, I consider, all revenue-generating positions. I like a budget memo on the restoration of those 57 plus 7, 64 positions, and the fiscal impact on the general fund. It's very similar to what Councilman Rodriguez asked. It's really considers what Councilmember Harris Dawson was requesting. But I just want to make sure we're looking at all 57 of those positions and the 7 parking meter technicians.
Okay. Yeah, and I agree with you on that. And similarly, I guess that we'll get an impact report on the options for restoring the filled positions for which no vacancies exist, which is part of it, and the impact on the report for the options for restoring the remaining deleted but filled positions identified in your letter. So we'll get report backs on all those 3 that you mentioned. I have some questions about the cuts to the paint and sign maintenance. What is the impact that will have on your ability to install new bike lanes, crosswalks, paint and bollard curb extensions, roundabouts, etc.? We periodically replace stop signs and other signs as they lose their reflectivity, and we ensure that they can be seen at night. How often do you typically replace these signs? What will these cuts mean to the safety program? Does that potentially increase our liability? What are the other impacts that these cuts will have?
Sure. Councilman, I'll go ahead and start, and then I'll ask Chief Management Analyst Linda Evans, who oversees our Field Services Bureau. Essentially, what the cuts will mean is that we will really be in a reactive mode, really focused on maintaining what is already out there. So replacing down stop signs, replacing traffic signals that were already up, so on and so forth. What will be sacrificed is our capacity to respond to new requests, and this will be citywide. So for every council district where there is a request for new bicycle infrastructure, they will be hard-pressed to be able to deliver on restriping new bike lanes. They will have a difficult time being able to implement and install, quite frankly, a lot of the work that our project development team develops through the Vision Zero and Active Transportation Program. Let me stop there and then hand it over to Linda.
Thank you so much, Chairman and other council members. Again, anything we will be able to maintain and handle any emergency and down calls, but in terms of any new projects, we will not be able to respond. We have, the legal mandated projects that we will respond to, but in terms of any new projects, we will not have the capacity to take on anything else.
So how does that impact, how do we comply with HLA and meet those expectations, or is that considered part of our legally?
That's considered part of our legally mandated.
So when you say new projects, so what kinds of things are falling by the wayside then?
District calls that come in from throughout citywide, they will have a lower priority. Any new bike lanes or any new potential projects that were in the pipeline, they will have to take a lower priority.
Yeah, I guess I don't quite see how it all works, because all of those things are probably what we're required to do under HLA.
So let me provide perhaps an example. If there's an active transportation project for which that's not identified in for a corridor not identified in the mobility plan, that is one that does not fall under the HLA umbrella and would presumably be not prioritized.
Yeah, I mean, it's troubling. So I know it's going to be hard to get there, but I'd like to get a report back on the impact of the paint and sign program, the options for restoring $2.5 million to that program, understanding there may not be any good options, but maybe there are. I don't know, so we'll put that out there. It's a little hard to tell from the proposed budget how many positions and how much funding are proposed for deletion and transportation safety areas, including but not limited to Vision Zero, active transportation, speed humps, slow streets. Maybe I could just get a budget impact report on the options for restoring those deleted positions in the active transportation programs. And also you have a large backlog of grants. Wanted to understand how large is that backlog? What does this budget mean with respect to your ability to deliver to deliver those projects and your capacity to take on new grant work?
Oh, now, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
that
no.
was another report back.
No,
So our current,
I'll throw that out if there's a question.
yeah,
'cause-
our current project delivery grant portfolio carries about $362 million. We are staffed up to be able to deliver and not default on any of those grants. That being said, however, we would be hard-pressed to pursue any new grants. And so anytime that we would be asked to take on or pursue another grant, the request that comes before council to give us the authority to pursue that grant would also reflect what staffing would be needed in order to be able to deliver on that project.
I mean, it's a very depressing thought because, you know, what it means, it's, you see how we can grow quickly, but we can really shrink quickly too if we don't have the ability to take some of this money that's out there. Then, you know, we really lose it. It's an exponential impact on our infrastructure. And in terms of transportation projects that we're obligated to deliver for the Olympics, does this budget provide you the staffing that you need to deliver on those obligations?
Not quite, and I'll, you know, if I may, under a project delivery realm, we requested a number of positions that were engineering, planning, and community engagement focused. We did receive about 4 positions. We are missing about 6 positions that, quite frankly, are the critical positions on the front end of the planning and community engagement side. There is a clear nexus between taking the time to engage the residents and doing thoughtful and deliberate planning that is responsive to community needs as well as the project goals with our success and being able to implement those projects. So while we're grateful for the new positions that have been added to the budget, having additional positions would really allow us to see through the goals that we've set out for delivering in time for the Olympics.
And so tell me a little more about what we are required to do for the Olympics, and I'm concerned that we're potentially not able to meet those obligations without additional funding.
So we are first and foremost required to deliver on what is referenced as a Games Route Network. These are certain corridors that are identified that provide access to the different Olympic venues, as well as to the Athletes Village, and also access to the freeways that connect to those venues. So that is kind of first and foremost what we are required to deliver on. In addition to that, we know that the goal is to have a car-free Olympics game. And with the venues being spread out throughout the city, there is a need for us to really consider how people will arrive to the venue from their last point of transportation to the entry of the perimeter area. And so being able to define and make that experience one that is welcoming, one that is safe, is also part of our portfolio in delivering in time for the Olympics. Working in coordination with Metro, we have already secured a number of grants to which we are committed in delivering some of those projects. But we do have a long list of projects that we've identified that as of now, we do not have the staffing capacity to deliver.
Okay, we'll get a report on what that long list is, so that we can work with you to find alternative funding and at least daylight these issues so that we, this is not the last budget before the Olympics, but planning early is important. Do you have a follow-up? Is it?
No.
No.
I was just.
Did you have a follow-up?
Not to the Olympics.
Okay, I have some other questions, but go ahead and jump in. I don't want
Okay, so I think I'm going to have 1 or 2 budget memos or report backs. One of them is we've been working with your office on a plan, I think you guys, if citywide, to integrate the parking enforcement into the 311 platform. I don't know how, I wanted to get a sense of how what's before us impacts that, when you all plan to finish that integration. So I'd like a memo on that. As well as what I said earlier, I want to formally request a budget memo on how much of the parking enforcement services are allocated to our homelessness and encampment reduction programming.
Mr. Koster.
I have question related to both Prop A and Prop C funding, and it's kind of a broad, maybe it's an overarching policy question. I see on Prop A budgeted amount from last year to this year where we are down 16% or $41 million. On Prop C, we're down 8%, $13.5 million. It looks like in the Prop A reductions, it's mainly to matching programs. So we're not putting up the money, we're not getting the money. But when I look at Prop C, I see some items that are just not continued on under transportation demand management. And what really caught me on this was the LANI, the Los Angeles Neighborhood Initiative, that funds for revitalization of transit-oriented neighborhoods through public and private partnerships. It was only $500,000, but as I began to look at it, my first question was, why wouldn't we be pulling down that Prop C money this year? And then as I looked further, I realized there's a bunch of other areas we're not pulling down Prop C, and then I thought, well, how does that compare to Prop A? And I looked at Prop A, and we're not pulling down a lot of money. I would like a budget memo back on whether or not, especially in this tough year, we are missing opportunities to pull down more Prop A and Prop C. And that's a budget memo request. And it looks like between the two values, it's, $40 million. Excuse me, $55 million.
Great. Always more creative idea. Any ideas to bring more revenue in? We're all ears on it. We've adopted a policy in the council on dedicating 5% of Measure R and Measure M local return funding to pedestrian programs and 5% to bicycle programs. What has this funding been used for in the past? It's really a question for the general manager, and then for the mayor, CAO. Have we adhered to this proposed policy in this budget, and why or why not? So we'll start with sort of the history from the.
Sure. That 5% typically helps fund the implementation of our active transportation, Vision Zero programs, in order that our project development team designs. I will defer to AGM Dan Mitchell, who oversees project development, for more details on the history.
Good afternoon, Dan Mitchell, Assistant General Manager for Project Delivery and Operations. So these 5% set-asides for both bicycle and pedestrian programs have been critical to allowing us to move forward on transforming our city to be more both bicycle friendly and friendly for those people walking. So these funds have been used year after year to support the supplies and equipment that goes into installing those bicycle lanes and supporting projects to make our city more walkable, including bollards and striping and so forth. The green paint that supports bike lanes to enhance them and make them safer. And they also have been critical in helping us address project shortfalls when we encounter increases or additional scope that needs to enhance projects. Those funds have been there to help fill that gap. So without them, we would really be missing important opportunities to enhance both of our bike lanes and our bicycle facilities and our pedestrian facilities.
Thank you. Mr. Sabo, did you want to talk about whether we're adhering to this policy in the budget? And
Sorry, David Hirano from CAO's office. The council policy to budget 5% for bike and peds out of Measure R was not complied with in the budget. There were some funding constraints in Measure R that we encountered during the budgeting process, and that's the primary reason for that.
So you got to speak into the mic.
Sorry. There were some funding constraints in Measure R that we encountered as we went through the budgeting process.
Funding what?
Constraints.
Constraints, got it.
Sorry. So that was the primary reason for those to be left out.
Okay. So why don't I get a budget impact report on the options for compliance with the council policy regarding Measure R and Measure M local return, specifically for bicycle and pedestrian programs. Hopefully we can get there, but it's important that we have our eyes wide open on it. Next, I wanted to ask about the residential speed hump budget. How many speed humps do you think we'll be able to deliver this fiscal year? And does this include the school speed hump program that the council created in the last budget cycle?
So first, to address your latter question, this is a separate program from the school speed hump program. The reduction in funding is specific to the residential speed hump program. Generally, based on previous year funding levels, we typically are able to provide about 6 street segments of speed humps per council district. This current year, we were able to deliver an additional 4 to 5 to each council district based on funding levels. The recommended funding levels moving forward, if sustained, would only allow us to deliver about 2 to 3 speed humps per council district.
2 to 3 for the entire year?
Correct. We are being funded at $715,000, which is a reduction of $1.2 million.
Okay.
Follow up on that.
Mr. McCosker.
That's 2. That's partially funded by Measure R, right? The residential speed hump, is that partially funded by Measure R?
Roy Cervantes, Chief Management Analyst. The speed hump program, I believe in 24-25, is funded by Measure M.
I'm sorry,
Measure M.
Oh, okay. And are we maximizing the amounts that we can pull out of the measure? Do you feel comfortable that we are maximizing how we can leverage our dollars to pull money out of the measure?
In terms of maximizing funding out of Measure M, I defer to the CAO.
Yeah. And while I'm asking that, if we can use the measure for residential, why couldn't we use the measure dollars for the school program? Schools being in residential neighborhoods.
Councilmember, there are some dollars left in the CTIP reserve from Measure R, Measure M, Street Damage Restoration Fund, and SB1 that could be used to fund any variety of uses that you deem appropriate. I've heard a lot of motions and a lot of budget memos asked for that could all eventually come out of that fund. So it will be a policy choice for the council as to what you spend that money on.
Okay, so it is Measure R and Measure M. There's a mix of funding in for the.
Yeah, there were small surpluses in the CTIP for Measure R and Measure M, a little larger one for SDRF and a larger one for SB1.
Thank you.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Great, thank you. I'll just make a few requests at the end. We can get a budget impact report on why new radios are needed and how they'll improve service in responding to emergencies and 311 requests. And then a special study, recommendations for realigning positions and programs within LADOT to create a unit that comprehensively focuses on traffic calming and other safety improvements to implement the mobility plan's network neighborhood. And then also a special study for LADOT and Streets LA, the costs and benefits of proactively designing speed humps and/or speed tables for streets on neighborhood network and installing the speed humps tables in connection with resurfacing.
Yeah.
Because obviously, if we make this a part of our regular program as we resurface it, there's probably efficiencies to be had there. They already replace speed humps, the asphalt, when they're making the asphalt, so why not strategically add them at the same time? So that's a special study. Mr. Anastas.
Thank you. I've got a budget memo request from Council District 1 asking for an explanation on how cutting 57 citywide traffic officer positions advances our equity goals when we are continuing to fund 13 traffic officer positions dedicated to just the Hollywood sign. What is the long-term traffic solution for places like the Hollywood sign that does not involve as much human resource?
And that's a budget memo, just to be clear? Or
Yes, that's the request.
Okay, without objection, we'll add that in. So thank you, thorough, and appreciate the great work that you do and your whole team. So
Great.
thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Next, we're going to bring up General Services Department. Tony Royster and your team.
Right here. Yeah. if you want.
As you're coming up, GSD is one of those departments that the residents, don't really see, but all of the constituents really rely on. You maintain our vehicles, equipment, and buildings that every department uses to deliver services to the people of Los Angeles. It's one of those core city functions that makes everything else work. Consequently, we all should be concerned about some of the cuts. So we'll get you to talk about the potential impact of those cuts and positions in terms of maintaining equipment and services. And with that, now that your team is here, I will turn over the floor to you, General Manager Royster.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the Mayor's Office, the Council, and the CAO and CLA for their continued support for the Department of General Services. A special thank you to all the employees of the Department of General Services. You have my letter which outlines some of the potential impacts to the services and my concerns about overtime, hiring hall funding, restoring a few critical positions, upgrading the M5 systems that supports the vehicle management systems, and also a few positions that are occupied that were slated to be deleted. Some of our concerns is, if you know, our budget money-wise was cut close to $20 million. We lost, deleted 191 positions, and of those 191 positions, 62 just became available, I think, October 2023. 57 became vacant during the current.
Hang on one second. Could we get a little? It's hard to hear. Yeah. Could people be a little more quiet?
As folks are leaving, if people could keep quiet, make sure the doors are closed.
I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Cosby. We want to give you our full attention. I know there's a little bit of rustling in between departments, but that was going on too long. So you have our full and undivided attention.
Like I was mentioning, the positions that were deleted was 191, and of the 191, 62 just became available to be filled, was probably at the end of October 2023. 57 just recently became vacant during this recent fiscal year, and 37 was probably been vacant for about a year, and another 36 beyond that. And also in our letter, we asked for some few positions to be restored. And those positions are helicopter mechanics, which are very important. They support LAPD, LAFD, and also the Department of Water and Power. And also we asked for a supply services manager, because it's very important to have oversight over that group to make sure all departments are receiving the equipment and resources they need. And also we were asking for HVAC, air conditioning mechanic, carpenter, and electrician, because these three positions were slated to support our unhoused, the tiny homes, the bridge homes. They needed support and maintenance there. And also a senior management analyst and a custodial to oversee over 300 custodians as it relates to the HRP and making sure they get paid and paid accurately. And also our management analyst in our mail services, which is important because we process about 14 million pieces of mail a year, and it's very also critical to council offices when you have mass mailing, and you want to get that information out in time to the community, and that position is very critical. And also we have the accounting clerk that collects and do processing for invoices for LA Mall revenue, leasing revenue, and special events, Film LA, and other areas. And also additional money for the M5 as a system that maintains information for fire department, police department, and GSD. And this information is needed sometimes when you have investigations and accidents or whatever, and you need to have accurate information, because you go into law to a legal issue or litigation, if the information is inaccurate, whatever, that could cost you some issues there. But at the same time, we understand there are very difficult financial situations here, and this Department of General Services is here to support the city. As you know, our motto is we're the heart of the city. And when your heart stops, you know what happens. And it's important that we have the ability to support our departments. And one area, like I say, as it relates to overtime and equipment, and is related to sanitation to their vehicles. Right now, we're probably at about 77% availability, and we should be at 85. If the overtime is not provided, if the equipment or contract work is not funding provided, it could drop below 70%, which definitely will impact the community. And also it relates to building maintenance and our building. Now, we're very, very thankful for all the resources received for deferred maintenance. Because of the staff reductions, there will be more deferred maintenance, so it'll be more expensive. As I always say, you pay me now, you pay me later. But the important thing is that we're here to support our departments, and what we're going to do is hopefully work with our departments and determine what's critical and what resources that we have and how we can support them. So I'm here to available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Scary thought, pay me now or pay me later. I hear you on that, but it's a reality. And oftentimes when we pay you later, it's a lot more for the same, for what we could have paid less for. It's the classic penny wise, pound foolish. So toward that end, of the 9 positions mentioned in your letter under position restoration, how many are actually in the PCH?
I think all of them in PCH except for one, which is I think the supply services manager position, which I think recently just became vacant.
Okay, so let's get a report back on the 9 requested positions, including how much can be funded from non-general fund sources or generate revenue that could offset those sources. And then of the 2 positions mentioned in your letter under layoff avoidance, how many of those are in the PCH process?
All those positions are currently filled.
Those are actually filled. Okay, well then we definitely need to report back on, I don't even want to say restoring, on figuring out what to do with the filled positions. That is, we have a universal one we asked at the beginning about all filled positions, but I'll just highlight that this is one of those. Okay, and also request a report back on the options for funding the upgrades to the computer maintenance system that you talked about. Colleagues, any additional comments or questions? Mr. Kosker? Mr. Harris-Dawson?
I just got a question, and then I'll have a memo request. The position changes and the changes in your budget, specifically there are properties that are not necessarily city facilities, but they're owned by EWDD, and right now you all do the maintenance on those places. How does this impact you all's ability to do that, continue that?
Okay, we can have Melody McCormick over our real estate services to respond to that question.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Melody McCormick, AGM over property. So the GSD's Construction Forces Division had reached out to EWDD because we were aware they have these vacant properties under their jurisdiction and offered their services if in fact funding could be identified. And so that is part of what we call the nuisance abatement program. We established a team in Construction Forces Division. As you know, they are not a funded group. They work on construction projects. When they are funded, they utilize hiring hall employees. They bring them in when there is work. And the nuisance abatement count actually rests with the CAO's office. GSD Real Estate Services will obtain an estimate from Construction Forces, goes over to the CAO's office, and then they work to identify funding. So we have successfully been able to complete some projects for EWDD, such as the fencing for the Lancet site. I know that we recently shored up the Reseda Theater, and that program is going to be in place through the end of the year, but it's all dependent on funding. We are not funded to maintain these vacant facilities for EWDD.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying that. So I'd like a budget memo on the funding required and possible sources to accommodate maintenance plans for the following properties under EWDD jurisdiction: the Reseda Theater, Marlton Square, Lancet, the Bethune Library, and 94th and Broadway.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kosker?
I was just going to ask about the hiring hall funding, and I don't know whether that's already included in your memo, but
It is.
It is? Okay, good.
I can.
My sense, tell me a little bit about the hiring hall funding. My sense is that this is very helpful because
Yeah,
it's
very helpful.
it
Because
is out of the
like-
hiring hall, and it helps us with our
vacancies. Yeah. Because some of the vacancies that we have, whatever, over the years, I mean, many decades,
Yeah.
that we have supplemented with hiring hall. In Hiring Hall, we have a total of close to 88 hiring halls, and some have been on the job for close to 10 years. And Hiring Hall, people may think that they're not city employees, but they are. And with the current funding we have, if what we're asking for is not approved, there are at least 15 of these individuals we will have to lay off because funding is not there. Because over the years, we've taken our savings from our salary savings, whatever, to supplement their salaries and also their benefits. So if the funding is not there, 15 individuals will be out of work.
Thank you. So, and in fact, that analysis is included, Mr. Chair, in the budget memo you requested?
I don't think so.
So I think this would be important to get a budget memo on the economic benefits of the hiring hall.
Yeah.
They are not employees of the city.
Yeah,
they have pay and they have benefits, but it's through the hiring hall, and there are economic benefits that are where well-paid folks are working for us.
Yeah, the city has an MOU, labor MOU with
and we have
two different.
And we have a labor agreement that is, mutually bargained. Thanks.
Great. So without objection, we'll include that.
I'm good.
Colleagues, any additional comments or questions? Thank you. We appreciate you. Appreciate the great work you do. Next, we're going to bring up Cultural Affairs. Cultural Affairs, you guys ensure public art citywide. This is a department that is entirely special funded, provides public benefits without much, if any, strain on the general fund. With all the sites coming on board, including a few in my district, the Madrid Theater, the Tosco, we should all focus on ensuring this department can deliver to our communities the services that we've promised them. So welcome, Mr. Tirico, team. And of course, you can begin by walking us through your main funding ask and whatever else you'd like to add into your opening presentation.
Wonderful. Well, good afternoon, Chairman Blumenfield and council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to discuss the Department of Cultural Affairs proposed budget. I'm Daniel Tirica, the General Manager of the Department of Cultural Affairs, and I'm joined here at the table by Chris Concepcion, DCA's Assistant General Manager, as well as members of our senior team, Alma Miranda, Lisa Davis, Nikki Genovese, Joe Smoke, Juan Garcia, and our Director of Public Art was not able to join us today. First, I'd like to thank the Mayor, the CAO, and their staff. We understand this has been a very challenging budget and moment for our city, and one that we're addressing through shared responsibility. I also want to give a special thank you to DCA staff, both full-time and part-time, as they have and continue to do the extraordinary work serving our communities. The Department of Cultural Affairs strengthens the quality of life on the ground in our communities by stimulating and supporting arts and cultural activities, ensuring public access to the arts for residents and visitors alike. DCA does this by providing free and low-cost arts programming and classes to youth, families, and adults in communities across Los Angeles through museum-quality education at DCA's arts and cultural centers, delivering performing arts programming and theatrical productions, and affordable theater rental space to the performing arts community, providing grants and supporting the arts sector through local arts organization and individual artists, creating public art, including cultural artworks, murals, and experiences, and preserving historic sites. As the department looks ahead towards the exciting local, national, and international events on the horizon and prepares the city for the Cultural Olympiad as part of the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games, we have a tremendous opportunity over the next several years to uplift and tell the stories of the city's cultures, artists, and communities as we prepare to feature Los Angeles on the world stage. As you know, the department is funded by 1% of the transient occupancy tax receipts. With increases in tourism and resulting increases in TOT receipts anticipated in the coming years where the city is the host, the city, through its Department of Cultural Affairs, is well positioned to both build the cultural infrastructure of Los Angeles and create opportunities for our city's youth, families, and communities. Through our work, I've personally seen the impact in strengthening community belonging, providing tools for mental health, fostering arts industry skills development, and enhancing and encouraging creative expression. That being said, this budget presents some very significant challenges to meet these goals, and most importantly, in continuing to positively impact the communities which depend on our services the most. The proposed budget eliminates 25 positions, roughly 1/4 of our department, significantly underfunds our as-needed funding for part-time staff, and ultimately the department's budget letter includes many of DCA's priority requests for restorations. It should be noted, however, that 9 additional positions in the proposed budget that are not included in the letter are slated for deletion and not funded. The loss of those positions will also have a detrimental impact on the work that the department does. Therefore, while the department budget letter includes restorations for DCA to continue to provide the same level of services to the community, the loss of these positions will also have a detrimental impact, given the department's already lean staffing structure. To address these challenges, the department is recommending to reallocate a portion of the reserve for future costs allocated within the Arts and Cultural Facilities and Services Trust Fund and recognize additional anticipated receipts to fund the continuation of the one filled resolution authority proposed for elimination, as well as the restoration of some of the vacant positions proposed for deletion. To give you a better understanding of the highly restrictive challenges we would face, similar to the Department of Recreation and Parks, in times of difficulty filling vacancies, the department uses its salary savings to fund additional part-time staff hours to ensure that there are no service gaps for the community. This fiscal year, the department exceeded its as-needed account by approximately $1 million and used salary savings from vacancies to pay for this. The part-time staff members are technical support in our performing arts centers, teaching artists at our art centers, and administrative staff for our public art, grants, and marketing programs, as well as our art centers that lack the full-time support to staff to provide the services that are in such high need across the city's community. As a side note, many of the 203 part-time staff members that have been with the city for decades and have held the department together during challenging financial times. With the deletion of the 24 vacant positions, the department will be unable to fund additional part-time support. DCA's only other tool that allows us to maintain current service levels. Without this additional funding, the department does not see a path to avoid service reductions from the current level. Additionally, the proposed budget proposes the deletion of several vacant art center director positions, removing the possibility for the department to continue providing acting assignments to existing staff, and unfortunately, the class specifications for the existing positions do not allow for management of those facilities. Given these issues, DCA would not have positions or staff to manage these 4 facilities. We look forward to continuing to work with the mayor and the city council, and will continue to collaborate with other city departments as we navigate these challenges before us to ensure that our residents and visitors have access to the essential arts and cultural programming that are so very important for the makeup of our city. Thank you very much, and we're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Mr. Harris-Dawson, you want to lead us off?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for your presentation. It was heard, it landed, but I have a question that goes in the exact opposite direction. I've always been curious about this, and maybe someone at the table can answer this. Is there a function within the Department of Cultural Affairs that tries to raise money from the private sector to carry out cultural activities? If so, how successful is it, and how is it impacted by this budget? It just occurs to me, we're in the cultural, creative, and entertainment capital of the world. Mm-hmm. We should have the most robust cultural affairs department in the world without having to use everyday taxpayer dollars.
Well, thank you. So the department has one position that does grants development work. So he has been, he works very hard, and he has been very helpful in helping to bring in funds. Over the years, a lot of it is through government funding opportunities. I think there have also been opportunities through the private sector and the nonprofit sector as well. There's a lot more that we can do, and there are areas that we are looking to explore, both as we look at funding current opportunities here and then looking ahead at future as well.
Any idea how much that one person is able to raise in a given year?
Yes, he has raised, I just apologize, I'm just pulling up the number real quick. But it's about, in the past several years, it has varied, but we've been looking at this past year, we've been brought in about $29 million. I just want to make sure that this is correct. Am I
Yes.
correct? $29 million, and this is through various opportunities that we've had. This is looking at both government fund, it's looking at government earmarks, and also private and philanthropic opportunities as well.
And is that person, I presume, is staying? Is your expectation that that'll stay level or go down?
At this point, it is anticipated it's going to go down a little bit because a lot of it depends on multi-year grants that we're able to get.
I see.
So.
I see.
And
sir,
is this?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
If I may, Chris Concepcion, Assistant General Manager. In addition to the individual that is providing, general development support for the department, we also, through our art centers and our theaters, we do have friends groups as well. So we do like to leverage our community organizations that support us in our communities with fundraising for specific capital improvement costs and other associated costs for our centers and theaters.
Got it. Thank you for that. Again, I'm not going to request a budget memo, but I'd just be curious to hear more about what the strategy is, how you all approach it, because that's an area where if adding one more person could add theoretically $10 million, then that might be something that we take a hard look at. And separately, Mr. Chair, I have a budget memo request from Council District 1 for requesting information about restoring authority for one chief management analyst, facilities planning and maintenance program to oversee the maintenance and construction of projects at DCA facilities.
Mr. McCosker?
Thank you very much for that question about philanthropy. And the response on the Friends of, from my experience, we could do a better job of engaging the Friends of groups. Friends of should not just be, for small items. I mean, there are real opportunities for us to directly engage the Friends on what is our strategic plan. And so I will acknowledge that we have those Friends of groups, but we should probably engage more deeply and really, really use them, really empower them and partner with them to make improvements at our facilities. I wanted to ask, though, about the positions. So we have the 6 vacant arts education coordinators not continued. What concerns me is that these are folks at Barnesdale in CD 13, Charles Mengus in the 1-5, Lincoln Heights Youth Arts Center in 1, the Watts Towers Arts Center in 15, and William Grant Still in 10. Areas where we really need to have arts engagement and services. And so I'd like to request a budget memo on the fiscal impact of restoring all of those positions. And the active, research and engagement of special funds, particularly in Schedule 24. Last year we did put money in from the Arts Fund to do some work at Watts Towers. I think we need to get as creative again. So that'll be a budget memo.
Okay, without objection. And similarly, I think that's the same, but you're reporting back on explaining the overtime hour needs and separately what position authority restorations are needed as outlined in the recommendations section of your letter. And remember to include the length of the vacancy, potential service impacts, and identify any existing position authority repurposing or special funding sources so we don't impact the general fund. So we have that report back, and I guess you're asking for the report back on the $1 million for staffing that potentially doesn't impact the general fund, just to put a finer point on it. Okay, colleagues, any additional, Mr.
Yes, I have a request for a budget memo on the fiscal impact of having DCA be a fully special funded department instead of a general fund subsidized department or hybrid, which it is now, making it less subject to vacancy or position reductions as revenues fluctuate on the general fund, and then a budget memo on the fiscal impact of restoring one filled arts manager position, which was proposed for elimination.
Okay, without objection. All right.
Following up, I just want to follow up again, on Watts Towers, in this current fiscal year, as you know, last year we allocated 4 positions to support education at the at Charles Mingus and the Watts Towers. We put $1 million in from the Arts and Cultural Services Trust Fund for funding the complex and the replica of Simon's House. For this next fiscal year, did we request additional resources for funding the campus, specifically the Charles Mingus and Watts Arts Campus?
Yes, Councilman. Alma Miranda, Director of Administrative Services. Just as a reminder, we did receive $1 million in MICLA financing to be able to restore a property that we purchased next to the Charles Mingus Center, and it would be our Watts Towers Conservation Resource Center. That's the $1 million, that's what it's going to be used for, and we're currently working with Bureau of Engineering and General Services Department in order to get that work done. We did not request additional improvement funds this year for Watts. Thankfully, because we did get capital repair funding through the CTIP program, we are using that money to purchase the security cameras that we've been trying to get installed there. And that's how we're getting that done, through ITA's assistance. And we are currently working on that as well. So hopefully that helps.
And the other areas that we did request for Watts was we requested to regularize the arts education coordinator position that you mentioned, as well as we requested additional expense funding to be able to support the full department. But that would go towards a lot of the work that we do at Watts as well.
Okay, so you have funding for the security cameras. I know that's been important.
We do, for now,
and
yes.
So the softball question that not many people have gotten in these last 3 days is, what else do you need for Watts?
Oh, boy.
Not that I can do it, but what else do you need?
I think the staffing restoration is probably the most important. I actually want to hand it over to Lisa Davis if there's anything else that you'd like to add as our Community Arts Director.
Just the importance of the staffing, I would agree with this.
Okay.
We have, right now, we're operating with, between Charles Mingus and Watts Towers, we're operating with 5 out of the 8 positions that are necessary there, and I think, and that's without the part-time staff. That's full-time staff only, so that would go very far in achieving, really expanding our services.
And if I may add, unfortunately, throughout most of our facilities, including Watts, we tend to have an increase of security costs, maintenance costs, custodial costs, which we tend to use our savings to be able to offset throughout the year. So that is something, that we definitely need to be made fully funded with, as including the being able to be fully funded with for the operating accounts that we're using to buying all the supplies for the arts classes and equipment that's needed to be able to continue this instruction. Now, again, as Daniel indicated, we asked for additional operating cost funding, but unfortunately we did not get it. So, we're hoping to be able to make ends meet next year and be able to continue and carry out the services that we need to carry out at these communities.
Well, then related to these issues of raising funds for these things, how are we doing on our theater fees and our labor fees schedule? Where's that ordinance? I realize that not everybody can pay higher rates and fees, but some folks can.
That's a good question. I'm actually working with our Performing Arts Director, who's currently here, Nikki Genovese, within our department, to try to finalize, first of all, the benchmarking analysis that's required by the City Attorney's Office in order to ask for additional fee increases, as well as trying to get the report completed before the end of the fiscal year so that we could bring it up to your body for approval and hopefully have the fees ready and approved in fiscal year 25 so that we could benefit from the increase in fees.
24, 25?
Yes, next year.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right, well, I think we've covered it all. So thank you so much for coming in and for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And then we have one more department for this afternoon. Last but certainly not least, we have our libraries. Call up the library department as they come up. I want to thank the leadership and vision of the mayor and the executive team at the library, because many of the advances in service delivery and social services which have a nexus at many of our branch libraries, as they're coming up, part of it is, there was a measure that sets aside a certain percentage for the libraries, which is a good thing for the libraries. I've talked before, I don't like ballot box budgeting, period, so I don't like any group getting a particular percentage, but the libraries certainly do great work, and they use that funding that they get to not only do direct library benefits, but to do things that benefit the entire city. So welcome, and the floor is yours. Thank you again for your letter and your work, and if you could go over, highlight some of the social service that you're providing, while at the same time you're able to run a world-class library. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, council members. John Zabo, City Librarian. It's frankly always a pleasure to be able to talk about the library's budget, and I want to mention that I'm joined here today by members of our leadership team, Susan Broman, Janae Brown, Madeline Rackley, Heather Smith, and Mike Balakowitz. My remarks will be brief. As you know, and as you just referenced, we continue to benefit greatly from the charter appropriation for the library that was the result of Measure L back in 2011. We do not take that for granted. With that comes the responsibility to provide what I think are exceptional and innovative library services to the people of LA. The high impact work we do in the area of digital equity is an example of that. Our New Americans Initiative with immigration services is an example of that. STEM education, children and teen programs, cultural programming, our online high school for adults, which in this proposed this upcoming fiscal year, we anticipate achieving 1,000 total graduates since inception, community outreach, and also the Library Experience Office, which I highlighted in my letter, and we speak a great deal about these days, and that is a relatively new initiative of the library that addresses the city's most vulnerable population, creating a safe, secure, and welcoming environment. And I'm happy to, of course, speak about those services as well, and they are highlighted in our budget. Importantly, this budget does maintain our hours of operation and all of the core services that we provide. A sizable part of our budget are those related costs that the library department reimburses to the general fund, which also is an important part of our charter responsibility. And with budget impacts to other departments that you're discussing in these budget hearings that provide services to the library, their capacity to provide those services to our department is obviously very important to us. And it's often not a financial issue, it's an issue of capacity. So that's critical, and wanted to mention that. I also want to mention that we are enthusiastic users of the Targeted Local Hiring Program, the Bridge to Jobs program, as well as Alternative Pathways. Have had great success, and our numbers are really good in that area in terms of bringing people on board to the library's workforce. Our relatively new classification of community service representative within the Library Experience Office is a great example of using Bridge to Jobs. We're hiring people with lived experience, trained in de-escalation, who are providing great services in a number of our libraries. And the investments we're making in this Library Experience Office are having a real impact and are supporting the mayor's efforts, the council's efforts to address homelessness in LA, and all of us at the library are really proud of that work and proud to see it be so successful. And with that, I would be delighted to answer any questions that you all have, as would our team.
Great, thank you. Maybe if you could describe the 5-year facilities plan that you've got, and I'm obviously hoping you'll work hand in hand with our building decarb master planning that's run by BOE. And as you describe that, what do you need in order to make sure that you're working closely with them on that master plan?
Well, I'd say regarding the facilities plan, and this ties in with decarbonization as well, is one of the challenges that we have is there is not a dedicated source of capital improvement funding in the library budget. The last time there was a very large bond issue, and it built many new libraries, and our infrastructure is great in many respects. That said, how we use that square footage throughout the system, and frankly the condition of some of our libraries, we have significant needs. And so we have engaged and have begun a facilities planning process that is looking at analyzing all of those facilities that we have, all 73 of our libraries, looking at the existing condition of the building systems, but also developing a methodology to look at where we have adequate square footage, where we may need additional square footage, just looking at all of those facility needs, and undoubtedly will come with a very big price tag at the end, and then that'll be a broader conversation of where the dollars can come from to support those renovations, those construction projects, all of those improvements, as well as where philanthropy might be able to assist in helping to make them particularly exceptional. With the decarb projects, we're happy to have projects within the pilot phase. One, I'm pleased to say, is underway at this very moment. The Cypress Park branch library is getting those improvements now. There are 2 other projects in that first phase, and I know quite a number of other projects there in the future. One of the things that would be essential for the library to execute those projects and for them to be successful, obviously, is the allocation of the dollars there. Within our alterations and improvement projects, for which we do have dollars in this budget, again, a very small number of dollars to just handle the basic kinds of HVAC replacement, roof replacement, carpeting replacements, some light renovations and remodeling, but very minimal. Those are very few dollars, and there is not the capacity within those dollars in the current fiscal year budget or even the next fiscal year budget to be able to do all of those decarb projects. So the funding that the council has allocated is extremely important and is allowing that Cypress Park project that's happening right now to actually be executed and to be going forward. So we're real pleased with that, and we're supporters of that initiative.
Great. Thank you very much. Colleagues, any comments or questions? All right, well, you guys, Mr. McCosker is going to jump. You guys do, great job. Go ahead, Mr. McCosker.
Well, last year, we talked about the San Pedro Branch Library, and we've had a chance to be there together over the course of the year at our adoption program and other visits. I also dropped a motion just asking for a cost estimate on the repairs to the exterior and interior of the building, the bathrooms, the kitchen area, and the roof leak. So I think thematically, I've done this a couple of times now. I'm going to see if I can beat that motion with a budget memo. Can I get a budget memo on the repairs to the San Pedro Branch Library?
Yes.
Before the rains come again.
It's in the proposed budget funding for that particular roof replacement, along with a number of other roof replacements at branch libraries. It is within that very small amount of money. It's just over $15 million that we have for all alterations and improvements, but that particular project is in the proposed budget, and we've received estimates, I believe, from General Services to be able to do that work. And I remember being in the library with you and even pointing to precisely where the most vulnerable spot on the roof was.
Thank you. Do you recall what the cost was?
I have the cost of all of the roof replacement projects collectively. I do not have the exact cost of the San Pedro project. But I can get that for you.
Well, that'd be great. We can do it offline. And while we're at it, all of these repairs, this is also thematically recently in meetings that we've had, are these going to include ADA standards to 2024?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, and thank you all for the presentation. Appreciate it. Good last department to hear from for the day. So we wish you a good weekend.
Thank you so much. As always, we appreciate your support.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, I have, after Ms. Rodriguez left, she did send in a couple of requests for budget memos on GSD, so I'm going to read those in. And if there's no objection, we'll move forward on those. One is she would like a budget memo regarding the anticipated number of warehouse locations that could become unstaffed. No need to list the locations, just and a cost of maintaining the staffing levels. Second, she would like a budget memo on the number of vehicles that are currently out of service and staffing needed with the associated cost to ensure that we're not letting vehicles go unused. Please include the funding allocation for parts and fuel. Third, she was requesting a special study on the cost associated with maintenance at each animal shelter and housing solution broken down by locations over the last 3 years. Okay. And I want to thank everybody for you have another.
Yeah, I have a couple cleanup.
Sure.
Mr. Chair. One that I forgot for Council District 1 for LADOT. It says Budget Memo 38 requested a report on fill positions and positions with known pending offers that are proposed for deletion. However, Councilmember Hernandez is requesting a budget memo for the 26 filled planning positions proposed to be cut with no vacancies to shift them to. Are these employees facing layoffs? Are these positions associated with Measure HLA? So it's kind of covered by your overall.
Yeah, and I think we actually covered that one, but it doesn't matter. I mean, put it out there. They'll consolidate them all.
All right, and I've got one. I'd like a budget memo from the CAO and LAPD on LAPD's Security Services Division, specifically on the management of contracts for security services at city facilities. I want to get answers to the following questions. What resource does the department currently have, both staffing and funding, to manage these contracts? What processes are in place to review the performance of security services at specific locations? What process is in place to expand the scope of individual contracts for specific facilities based on security needs? What process is in place to determine whether departments manage these contracts on their own or versus within LAPD's Security Services Division?
Okay, and as long as we're ruining the weekend for all of our departments, I will add one. A report back for GSD on the funding, the positions related to maintaining solar and battery systems on city-owned facilities. Okay, so we have a lot of report backs, despite my admonition that we try not to, but yeah, nonetheless, and a lot of report backs for a lot of requests at a time when we have fewer options than we've probably had in a very long time. But this has been a productive day. I want to appreciate, you all worked through the day, had a very brief lunch while standing up, and everyone deserves credit for that, and I hope that you all can have a little bit of time this weekend in between reading your budget folders and notes, that you can get a little bit of a break. Of course, our CLA team, CAO, mayor's team, you're going to have a rotten weekend as well. So Monday will be the last day of our departments, but we're going to hear on Monday the Community Investment for Families, Housing, LAHSA, City Clerk, the Zoo, El Pueblo, Office of Public Accountability, Animal Services, City Tourism, DUN, Civil and Human Rights, Cannabis, Youth Department, and EMD. So Monday we have a whole number of departments. We work, because of requests by members and everything else, we're going to start at 10 instead of 9, but we'll try to be efficient. And the CAO will report on okay. In addition to those departments, as if that wasn't enough, there is more, folks. There is more, and some of this other stuff is actually going to be a doozy here. The CAO is going to report on the GCP, the Reserve Fund, UB, MICLA, CTIEP, TRAN, and Exhibit H, and, if that's not enough, also the homeless budget. So that is a huge day with all of those departments. In fact, just what I mentioned at the end there, the CAO could probably be a day and a half itself. So we're going to have to be really efficient on Monday. And a reminder, please respond to the CAO emails on the latest budget memo report backs as soon as possible, so they and all the departments can get started. So with that, anything else anyone needs to say or announcements that need to be made before we not adjourn, but we recess? No? Okay, so then let's stand in recess until Monday morning at 10.